Mr. Mays is not in. Ms. Lewis?
Present.
Mr. Murphy?
Present.
Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Ms. Burns?
Present.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Ms. Worthing?
Present.
You have 8 members present.
There are 8 members present. Reading of disorderly persons city code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of Flint City Code subsection 3110, disorderly conduct, assault and battery, and disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given 1 warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators will be removed from meetings. May I have a motion to go into closed session?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Ms. Worthing.
I make a motion that we go into executive session for, as requested by the Department of Law, to discuss 4 cases. Brewer et al., I'm not going to say all that, but then Baker, Concerned Pastors, and Gates Workers' Compensation Claim.
Okay, it's been moved to go into executive session as described in our agenda. Is there a second?
Support.
There's been, excuse me, it's been properly moved and supported to go into executive session. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays.
Yeah, Madam Chair, through you to the city attorney, can you state the legal reasons for the record as it relates to this particular motion in these cases?
Yes, under the Open Meetings Act, specifically MCL 15.268, Section 1, subsection E, I believe it's my opinion it's necessary to consult with the public body's attorney regarding trial or settlement strategy in connection with those specific pending litigation matters, as the open meeting would have a detrimental financial effect on the litigating or settlement position of the public body.
Okay, so for those reasons stated on the record, I might can support it, but through you to the city attorney, Madam Chair, this Baker et al. Versus City of Flint, you're prepared to discuss that?
Yes, it's my understanding that the necessary assistant city attorneys and other attorneys retained by the city will be present for the anticipated closed session.
Where they at?
Mr. Kim is in the room and he will be discussing it. I will be discussing certain of the closed session matters. That's the information that I have, Councilman.
So you figure he already in the room anticipating that we'll vote to go in there. You seen him go in there? There he is. Okay, he's in this room. Okay, without amending the motion, based upon the reasons stated in the record, I'll be voting to go into closed session for those legal reasons stated on the record as it relates to this motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. Is there any other discussion? Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
The vote is 9 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 9 yes, 0 no to go into executive session. And I call this session back into order. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Okay, Mr. Mays is not in. Ms. Lewis?
Present.
Mr. Murphy?
Present.
Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Burns is not in. Ms. Herkenroder?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Present.
Ms. Worthing?
Present.
We have 7 members present.
We have 7 members present.
Madam Chair,
Dr. Lewis.
I would like to make a motion to go back into closed session to finish the last case.
Okay, there's been a motion to go back into closed session. Is there support?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Ms.
I
Worthing.
support.
It's been moved and properly seconded to go into closed session. Is there any discussion? Any discussion?
Madam Chair,
Dr. Lewis.
thank you so much. So yeah, so because time is of the essence, it's important that we go back into closed session to finish the last case so we can come back out and finish the work. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Okay, roll call, please.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 2 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 2 no. We are going back into executive session.
Burns,
Present.
Turkenroder.
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
Present.
Ms. Worthing is not in. You have 7 members present.
7 members present. We are now open for council speaking. If any, public speaking, if anyone from the public would like to address the council, this is your time. You have 2 minutes per speaker.
Hello. Okay, my name is Ariel Mitchell. Remember last year we was on this topic of the House of Esther, but today we on the subject of people who getting too much money on, not getting enough money on the payroll. And to you, Madam Chair, through the city clerk, Davina, don't take the chief for granted when he said, "Do you want him to take me out for running behind you like a puppy dog?" Because remember what happened to that Ed Teller guy. The retired people's coming back on the run, and they jumped on my Councilman Mays talking about they fake, and we the people don't agree with that stuff when we taking care of the business of the city and stuff, because some people you can get fined up missing if you be taking people for granted. Always, you see what happened, you got the whole council in the courtroom now, and my Councilman Murphy tore up the subpoena, act like it was fake, and he found out it was real. You know, I wanted to get a bench one, sir, while we taking care of the fair of the city. You and Miss Dr. Lewis over there, or y'all in school, who's talking right now. Greasy, and enough was said about that. And back to Madam Burns, about you moving in the neighborhood. When you move in the golf, all the green move off the golf club as a woman of color, always talking about, and we got to get the money for the golf club in the Kersey Golf Club, like they always messing up the white man game when the black boys come over there and the white boys come over there and burst up Field House, and BB had to check him, but he didn't press no charges. He let it go on David Lawson. He told David Lawson, give them boys, the white boys, a break. Now, once they give a darky a break and get their foot off our necks, why? They only give us 2 minutes of talking. And Happy New Year to all and the people down south in Alabama, because me and the president coming down there, we're going to build that bridge over there, you like it or not. Miss Boo Connor.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Your time is up. Next speaker? Anyone else wish to address? Okay.
Good evening. I'm Frank Prekides. I was here a month ago. I'm representing Flint City Golf. And I came in today just to go over a couple of things. I'll make myself available a little later. If you guys have any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer them. But I think the main question here is that I've been hearing is the amount of money that we're paying. You know, I don't know if any of you have looked at what you think may be appropriate, but I'd like to hear that number, and we can go from there. You know, I'm flexible on years and the amount of money that we're looking at. But, you know, any kind of increase, we're probably going to be passing it on to the customer, you know, and that's not really what we want to do. But that's probably something we're going to have to take a look at. The other thing you need to be aware of is that if there's a transition, I'd be happy to, you know, I love the places that we take care of, but there's got to be a good transition, peaceful transition for this thing to work. And there's a significant investment for the next party that's coming in. It isn't just about, I'm going to take this lease payment and move in. There's a significant, and I'm talking hundreds of thousands of dollars in equipment that they're going to need. So you need to be real mindful that the next party that comes in is able to do that and has some experience running the courses. So, you know, it isn't all about the payment. You know, at least in my opinion, it isn't. There's a lot more moving parts in this business. And, you know, I'd be, like I said, if that's what it comes to, I love the places and I'd love to be involved in a peaceful transition, because I'm not going to do this forever, but that needs to be part of the deal. It's not just plug and play with these things. I'm going to be very honest with you. So I'll make myself available. Stick around if there's any questions later.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address the council?
Arthur Woodson, let's start off with help centers. Help centers normally come out here and tell us that we will no longer have bottled water. And then we started getting out here, Councilman Murphy, Councilman Mays, Councilwoman Burns, I know for sure we fought when they was talking about taking the water pods before. Not one time did we hear the help centers, except for when they came up here and asked for that $450,000, we heard them. Now we don't have any water pods. You still have them working on the service lines. When they bang on that water main, particles and all kinds of stuff can still come through those filters. So a baby and a pregnant woman should not be drinking out of the filters. Back in 2018, October, the Medical Society, Genesee County Medical Society said that the pregnant woman and the child should not be drinking out of the filters. If you need that memo, I will get it for you. Real quick too, this is a brand new year, Happy New Year. So with the new year, we need to do new things. HUD, Section 3. Y'all need to call Ms. Wilcox up here because she know about that, and y'all need to pass some ordinances to where an African-American company can be subleased with these brand new pilot programs. Low income can get the jobs because I don't see any of us out there. Second, y'all got in y'all packet a vacant lot. Have y'all sent the properties over to the county yet? Why, if you could sell vacant lot in your packet right now, why won't you take out all the vacant lots that they probably sending back over there now? And also, start right now with houses that have fire escrow attached to them. Don't send those over there. We can do that here. They can get minority
Thank you,
companies.
Mr. Woodson.
All right.
Anyone else wish to address the council? Anyone else? Okay, we go to council response. Anyone wish to respond to the public? Mr. Murphy?
Thank you. For the golf course, thank you for coming and speaking on the Flint Golf Course. And thank you for all the work that you guys have done over the years with the golf course. I never knew anything about the golf course coming up under contract, and you guys still have a year. So it's not like y'all got to leave tomorrow. Just want to make sure that we clear on that. Also, usually when you rent a house, rent a building, commercial or residential, it come with, sometimes you got to do some work on there. And when I looked at the expenditure report, y'all generated 600 and some thousand one year, probably 500 and some thousand another year. When I looked at the expenditures, I also looked at what y'all was claiming in y'all expenditures. You feel like you losing, cut some of those expenditures. You feel like that's too much for you, walk away from it. Put it out for bid. Let people bid on it, and whoever get the bid, and in the bid process, X, Y, and Z is what you're gonna have to take care of, knowing when you're going into there. The problem that I have is one, the emergency manager. When I look at y'all lease agreement, guess who signed off on it? Donnell Early. Guess who brought him in here? The emergency manager. I don't like nothing that the emergency manager came in here and did with the water crisis and some of these cheap contracts and selling off Atwood Stadium and other things. So this councilman got bigger issues with just what you just came up here and talked about. put it out for bid.
Thank you, Mr.
Y'all bid on it, and I'm
Thank you, Ms.
wrapping up.
Murphy.
And if y'all don't
Thank you,
get the
Ms. Murphy.
bid or get it, y'all get it. Just simple as that.
Thank you, Ms. Murphy. Anyone else who would like to address the public? Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, we'll go on to our special orders. We have Mr. Mays, excuse me. So we have 220399, the special order on the municipal employees retirement system, 220423. Without objection, I'd like to postpone that or drop them.
Madam Chair,
Mr.
if I may,
Mays.
Ms. Burns, through you, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna start the new year off this way. Through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Whittigan, can he approach?
Mr. Whittigan?
Now, I'm making a record of doing what I said I won't do, so y'all keep an eye on if something goes south and who and why. Mr. Whittigan, this is a special order dealing with the municipal employees retirement system. This $200 million from the state, do it come into our coffers, or did it allocate already, or do it stay with the state? How is the mechanics of this $200 million working? Do you know?
Yeah, so we have, in finance, we have regular meetings with the State Department of Treasury. And in the legislation, the way it read was the state has until April to give us guidelines on how they're going to distribute the funds. So we're still
Excuse
waiting
me, they have until April to do what?
to send out guidelines on how they're going to distribute the funds. So we are still in a waiting process for them to give us the guidelines.
So we don't know how these funds will be issued yet.
Correct. They're still taking feedback on efficient ways to distribute the funds, but they have not set a determined route.
So when I heard news reports and campaigns about we done got 200 million from the state, we haven't got anything yet, correct?
It's in the budget that the governor passed
It's
and
in the
signed.
budget and it's still up at the state.
Correct. The state still holds on
We
to it.
don't have it yet.
It's en route, but no, I do not have it in my bank account.
And they could come up with guidelines where they just transfer it to MERS on our behalf, or you think it's gonna come here, then we transfer it. You don't have a clue yet.
Historically, most grants will come here.
Oh, it's coming in the form of a grant.
It will be a grant, yes. It is listed as a grant.
And so the city council will have to accept that $200 million grant, whether it come at one time or whether it come in pieces, correct?
If it comes to us, yes. If it goes straight to MERS, I would imagine probably not, but
But
If
you
it-
say it won't go straight to MERS. I say it's possible it could go straight to MERS or come to us. You say it's a grant, it'll come to us, so it could go either way, correct?
let me clarify. It is a grant, but they have not determined if it's coming to us or to your pension like MERS. They have not clarified that.
And so you say we should know that by April.
That's what I'm told, yes.
And the reason I ask, because we've been making contributions, correct?
Correct. We make monthly payments.
Beg your pardon?
Yes, we make monthly payments.
And those monthly payments add up yearly to, some of them have probably been high as 15, 20, 40 million a year, correct?
Correct.
And so we do our budget January, February, March, April, May, June. We do our budget sometime before the end of June. Fiscal year start in July, January, February, March, April. So by April, we should know how to budget and what type of expenditures that we will spend this year with MERS. The total liability was about 400 and some million.
Yeah, correct.
Right, and this will take care of about half of that. Now, we don't know at this point if the 200 million, the half of the 400 million, we don't know if guidelines will continue to make us pay a contribution, or do we know if we have discretion when we do our budget, if and when what we pay?
I guess the best answer would be that you're correct. We're still waiting on guidelines to determine all that.
Now, do you stand before us and say if you get the guidelines April 1st, we should have them by the first Finance Committee meeting in April?
Yes. I'm also sure those guidelines will be made publicly to everyone on council.
Yeah, I don't want to, that's okay publicly. I'm talking to you as Finance Director and Council Finance Committee. You know, sometime I'm asleep. I miss what go on in the public. I need communications from finance.
We can definitely print the guidelines when we get them.
How long do you think it'll take you to bring us those guidelines? Because in April, we would be in the budget process or some part of it, you think?
Yes, we will be in the middle of the budget. Yes.
Because the audit is going on now, correct?
That's actually wrapped up and submitted to the state.
Okay, and I've been on this council close to 10 years, and I don't want people hollering about germane, but for me, the audit is germane to the pension contributions, and what I got on here is a special order for MERS. Who've seen the audit on this council? Anybody? You've seen it? When will the rest of us see it, Ms. Priestley?
There will be a special order on the, I believe it's February. Let me give you the date. February 8th committee meeting. That was the earliest that we could schedule it.
How did the audit go?
Well, as from what my understanding was in my discussions with the auditors.
Let me ask this question, if either one of y'all know. When we started well, I'll wait. I'm still looking, because we're in the fiscal year. Don't we have to do some type of budget amendments? Didn't we have a projected $15 million deficit? What you say about that, Mr. Whitty?
So we have brought forward first quarter budget amendment, and we'll be bringing forward our second quarter budget amendment if we have any amendments to bring to you here shortly.
And so will that budget amendment you bring in also include showing us where you think we at as far as we head into we headed into January, February, March, April, May, June. We in the third quarter right now, right? We ain't hit the fourth quarter.
No, you have not hit the fourth quarter.
We're in the third quarter, right?
No, you're in the, we're in the third and
Yeah, it's January. I'm talking too financially sophisticated, ain't it?
So a couple things are going to be coming to you here shortly. One, as the chairperson said, the audit, which will go over where we ended.
And
the
she
last
say
fiscal
that'll
year.
come to us when?
February.
Why February? Why we can't look at it leading up to February?
Well, that's when the presentation is. I don't know when we'll get the
Forget the
documents.
presentation. I can't keep up sometimes. I would request that the council members get the audit and we've been and looked at it before the presentation. How do that sound? Anybody disagree with
I
that?
will send an email to the auditors.
Not to me, email. You
No,
might consider it
No,
to
I
these
will
big shots.
I will
email.
email the auditors and request the printed copies
hard
of the
copy
audit.
be
Right,
put
we
in
just
my
have
file.
not received them yet because of the lateness in the audit being done due to the DDA.
We didn't have to ask for an extension this year.
No.
So it's already gone sent to the state. Okay, Mr. Whittigan, I'm gonna wait to see when you hear something. Now, we hear something about this MERS thing prior to April. You will let us know.
Yes.
Okay, Madam Chair, I don't know about the other council members. I can't speak for Ms. Burns in particular, but I'm gonna start the new year off right. My mind is kind of good. I'll remember to check on this MERS thing, January, February, March, April. I'm hoping to hear some before April because Mr. Whittaker, I didn't even know it was coming, in what form. What do you know now that you can share?
So we do have regular talks with Treasury, and they have stated that they are on track to get the guidelines out by April, if not sooner, but they're not, you
Do
can't
you
make any
have any of the
promises.
documentation about the
No.
Flint amount and the guidelines by April in writing?
Oh, yes, I could send,
Can you?
or I
that's-
could print and send the rest of you a copy of the section that where it discusses it in the state budget.
That would suffice
Yeah.
for me, and I could keep it laying on my desk, and it would be not have to stay in front of me on the agenda. So if you could email it to the council and get me a hard copy, I could appreciate whatever information you have now. Madam Chair, thank you.
Yep, no problem.
Would anyone else like to discuss the Special Order 220399? If not, I'll close the special order out. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Going on to Special Order 220423, that is a special order on the House of Esther as requested by Ms. Burns.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
I would ask that we put this on to our next committee, because there's still some things that I'm waiting on.
okay, without objection, I'll also order it. Going on to 230005, the discussion item, tax reverted properties by Mr. Mays.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Mr. Whittaker, could you approach again? Now, I hope these two approaches don't get us no other letter about these finance committee meetings. You know, my position is you should be here, and if not, I'm gonna test the water and see what we can do. Mr. Whittaker, I talked to the county. I think it was, it was before Christmas. And it was a lady told me, and it was contrary to the cover letter I got from Deb Cherry. She said, I got an email from Mr. Whittaker, and I expect the communications tomorrow, whatever day it was, where Mr. Whittaker is gonna object to the tax reverted property coming to the city of Flint. Let me preface that. The cover letter from Deb Cherry that I received as an elected council person said that the city council needed to pass a resolution to object to those properties, or the city council needed to pass a resolution to authorize somebody to object. Who, if it's true, and if it happened, who authorized you to object?
My only correction to your statement is city council. The letter from Deb Cherry just says the city shall accept or reject these property in writing. It does not state in state statute or in the letter from the county. It has to come from the council. So just like last year, administration, a letter was sent. I sent it. It was signed by our city treasurer and city administrator rejecting the properties.
So let me ask you this hypothetical question. You sent a letter over objecting to all the properties. If city council vote to accept 20 of them, whose letter is right? Or whose paperwork is right?
Well, there's a statutory deadline of, I believe, December 16th for the city to accept or reject these properties. And our letter was sent, I believe, on December 16th or whatever the statutory date is. So anything acted upon thereafter would fall behind the statutory deadline.
Let me say this, for all those listening, when I talk to the county, if my mind is not mistaken, and it could happen, the statute and through you, Madam Chair, to the city attorney, you could pull it up now. MCL 411.78M. MCL 411.78M. I've asked for that to be researched. Let me say this, Mr. Whittigan, and to the council and to the citizens, City of Flint, and everybody listening. This is my position. This is the second year in a row, in my opinion, and I'm only one elected official. In my opinion, the county treasurer have misled me. Mr. Whittigan, would it surprise you if I can pull a copy of the letter that Deb Cherry sent as the county treasurer saying the city could object by resolution or by resolution designate somebody from the city the authority to object? Are you familiar with that language that was sent over to me? Or do you believe I'm saying it right?
I have not seen a letter that mentions resolution. So if there is a letter like that, then
Okay, I'm gonna bring it to the next finance committee meeting, or I could be excused and probably go to my office and get it. I'm gonna tell you for a fact, because it kind of tripped me out. I thought it was correcting what happened last year. And if I ran the legal department, we gonna test it and we gonna sue. Now, the city attorney probably by now, I don't know, might have pulled up MCL 411.78M. I will concur with you that if I'm quoting the right statute,
Point of order.
it says,
Point of information.
Point of,
Mr. Mays, are you referring to 211.78?
is it 211? And is it subsection 6 through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Piper? Could you read subsection 6?
M6.
M 78.
M is in Mary 6.
78.
211.78. M is in Mary 6.
6. So not 411, 211. Could he read that, subsection 6?
Mr. Pfeiffer, are you willing to read that? No. He just found that, he did not pull it up. He didn't, he
Is
just
it,
found that.
you think it's 211? Okay, you looking at the letter.
I'm looking at the letter from the
Let
county.
me do this, Madam Chair. The letter does state that a resolution bear with us, Mr. Whittaker. The letter does state, Madam Chair, through you to Mr. Piper, that you needed a resolution to object or a resolution to authorize somebody.
Through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Mays, if you wish to object to the transfer of one or more of the properties, please obtain board authority in the form of a specific resolution rejecting the listed properties.
And that's all your letter say? And then it goes on to say a resolution authorizing somebody from the city to object. We the ones who do resolutions. I don't know if you see that, but I can assure you that now the 411 or the 211, through you, Madam Chair, to the city attorney, do you see it?
Well, I have the section reference pulled up. It's a pretty lengthy subsection 6.
Subsection 6,
Yeah, it's a pretty lengthy provision.
but it says in writing.
Well, I just note subsection 6, and I'm not completely certain on the applicability of this section, but it does say the city, village, or township may object in writing to the transfer of one or more properties. But I haven't
That's
studied-
correct. But now check this out. This is why I wanted you to zero in on that. Madam Chair, through you, the city attorney, I want that subsection researched because in every previous year, I knew that it took an action from the governing body. And even in the letter that Mr. Piper I'm referring to, Deb Cherry sent a cover letter saying if the city objects, it takes a resolution to authorize somebody. I asked them at the county, Mr. Piper, Madam Chair, if I may, I say, so what if I get my letterhead, my Eric Mays First Ward letterhead, and send a letter over objected? Do I speak for the city? Who authorized you, Mr. Whittigan, to speak for the whole city? Did you do that on your own, or was there a meeting with Attorney Kim, the mayor? Who picked you out? Do you know?
The letter, I believe, was drafted in conjunction with the legal department. It was signed by the city administrator, city treasurer, and I simply just sent the email with the letter to the
Oh.
treasurer.
So you didn't sign it?
No, my signature's not on it.
Could you get me a copy of that letter? Who do I need to get a copy of that communication?
I can get it for you.
Okay, I'm gonna request that each council person get a copy of that. If you get it to them through email, I want to see if you can get it to the staff person, they'll put it in my mailbox. So you say I'm gonna see the signatures to be Attorney Kim?
No, the two signatures are city administrator and city treasurer.
The city administrator and the city assessor?
Treasurer,
Treasurer?
yes.
That would be Amanda. Amanda is now gone. So you saying the authorized folks, according to this letter, who rejected was Amanda Trujillo and the city administrator, Mr. Edwards, who's not here. I want to leave this on, Ms. Priestley, till I get to the bottom of it, because that's kind of a gangster move for me. Let me explain. The mayor or two council persons can call a special meeting within, say, 24-hour notice. Some people think if the president sets the agenda, and if the president of the council get the same memos I get, and I don't even get all they get because I'm old school, somebody should have caught that and put it on our agenda prior to the 16th. See, we take great responsibility when we set agendas and try to take care of the city business. When I talked to the county, it was the 14th or 15th, I don't know, because I happened to look at my old school memos and said, the 16th, we finna get all that property. Now, Mr. Piper said last year, we'll take it all. I've never wanted it all, but there's some value in that property. Empty lots, I heard Mr. Woodson talk about that today in public comment. Property with folks living in it and occupied, commercial and or residential. Demolition, we could bid it out, but the point is we just transferred 16 million to the land bank. Some stuff we can control and we should. So you sent the email the day before the letter.
Yes, I sent the email and then it was, a hard copy was mailed over to them.
Of your email?
No, of the letter that was signed.
Okay, because when I talked to the county, you had told them, watch for the email, watch for the letter. And so you know the hard copy was mailed?
Correct.
It couldn't have got there by the 16th, not from what I heard. So I'll see when it got there. It would have took at least a day or two. So maybe the legal department should let us know. I told the county, according to the statute, they created the 16th deadline. The statute say by the end of December. Madam Chair, through you to the city attorney, if you need to request in writing, I want that statute researched to see what role the governing body plays.
If you could, please, just so we're on the same page as to what you're requesting.
You want me to put it in writing?
If you could, please.
Let me do that this way.
Point of information. Mr. Mays, if you don't mind, I would do that. I'll send the.
You'll
I'll
do it?
send
Okay, because guess who I was gonna put it on, Mr. Piper? Since Attorney Kim put it on him, I was gonna put it on Janelle and Davina and them. So, Mr. Piper, you know what I'm asking. And so you'll do it. And Madam Chair, I would request that this discussion item be left on. Mr. Whittaker, I can appreciate the information you gave me. We can look forward to seeing a copy of that letter signed by the city administrator and the city treasurer.
Yep, I will email it to council and just ask that they print you a copy.
All righty. Thank you for now. We'll keep it on. We'll get to the bottom of this process. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Point of order. Look
Madam
like
Chair.
Mr. Piper wanted.
Can I just comment on that real quick before you close it? No, Mr. Mays, this is where we agree on, and hopefully we can make some leeway on this, because what people don't understand is all of those properties that just got signed over, there's no money for demolition. So every one of those that need to be torn down are going to sit for 5 years, because the money that we've just allocated is already spent on the list that we've already had. So every house that needs to be demoed or occupied or whatever, they don't have money for it. So it's automatically going to sit for 5 years. And as a city, we cannot sit here and afford to have that amount of houses sit stagnant for 5 years. It's going to kill the neighborhoods that we're trying to fix with the demolition. So at some point, we got to do something. We can't just keep passing the buck. So I'm in full agreement with you, Mr. Mays, and I will send the request for legal opinion, because if not, we need to hire outside attorney, from my opinion. So thank you.
Yes.
Is there any other discussion on this
Yes.
item? Yes, Mr. Murphy.
I just want to piggyback what Councilman Pfeiffer said about the house is sitting for 5 years. But I also want to add on to that funding that we did earmark to tear down the houses in my ward, and I'm sure it's in a lot of the other wards too. All of the houses is not coming down. So people thinking, okay, we earmarked some money to tear down some houses. So for instance, with me, I could say on Baltimore Street between Industrial and Selby, it's probably about 6 houses on that block that need to be tore down, that the residents thought was going to get tore down. They not coming down. There are also houses that's abandoned, that's next to residential homes that's not getting tore down. So residents thinking they finna get this house tore down because we done earmarked this money to tear down houses, and it's not, because I guess it's just, it wasn't enough. So along with these houses that you're talking about, there are still probably hundreds and thousands, I'm not sure how many, I know it's a lot in my ward, that streets where houses is still gonna be standing when they get to tearing down the houses, and that's a problem. And we really do need to have a discussion, and maybe we need to have a special meeting to even talk about these converted properties going back to the land bank. Do we need to pull some? What do that look like? What is our plan of action to even keep some homes? Because I know you guys talked about this last year, and I was one that was advocating against it. But I'm not opposed to sitting down and having a discussion to see what does us keeping properties look like. Do we got the capacity? I listened to Suzanne Wilcox that said the city of Flint don't have the capacity to. How do we create the capacity, or do we look at a third party to come in and take on these properties? Because at the end of the day, something need to happen beyond what is taking place with the land bank or with the city when it comes down to all of these abandoned houses. We need to figure out how we going to address all of these vacant houses, vacant lots, burnt out houses that need to come down. Because we still got a problem after this year, when they tear down all of these houses, we still got the same problem. And I'm appreciative of the houses getting tore down, but we got a bigger problem. So I'll look forward to having a discussion in the near future about all of these abandoned residential and commercial properties and schools. All right.
Washington School. Thank you. Any other discussion on this special order before we close it out? Okay, it's being.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, Mr. Mays.
Yeah, let me say this. Mr. Murphy, when I hear you speak, you said people, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, believe the houses would be torn down. But they not believing that on their own. They were told that in news stories and in campaigns that by 2024, all the houses would be down. And I know who told them that. It was a politician. It ain't gonna be true. That ain't gonna turn out to be true. That was to get some votes. It was a guy out of New York named Santos. Santos told so many fibs and falsehoods to get elected, and then he was sitting lonely down at the Capitol the other day. Now, I'm not saying that's what done happened here in the city of Flint, but they always told me if I told one lie, I had to tell two, and sometimes three, and could go to the devil and burn up in hell. And so that scared me from telling lies growing up. I'm knowing when I'm hearing this during a political campaign that all houses wouldn't be towed down. I believe people had degrees. I can sort out some more falsehoods. But the point is, you're 100% right. We got work to do. You can auction houses, generate money. Whitson, I think you the first one came before this council and said the overage folk can't keep. It's a Supreme Court case. It's things we can do with occupied residential, commercial, keep them on the tax rolls, keep them in certain people's hands, and we could control that. It's certain demolition companies, Big Money, Hank, W.T. Stevenson, they called me when we sent that 16 million to the land bank because they want contracts. It's things we can do to create jobs and help Flint residents and help Flint businesses, but it's gonna take time. If you wanna get out of a council meeting quick, you're gonna do a lesser quality of work. If you wanna have special meetings and meet, you don't care what nobody say about how long a council meeting lasts, the work you do. If you do the work and do it well, that's your reputation, that's your legacy. But if you fool around with this work, don't want to do it, don't want to meet, get out quick, get caught up in the hype, that's a disadvantage to the residents of the city of Flint. So, Madam Chair, I look forward to this discussion because property is our wealth. And if we do it right, we're a better off community. Thank you so much.
Okay, any other discussion? Okay, this order will go to the next meeting without objection. Okay, going on to resolutions. May I have a motion for a master resolution?
Yes,
Yes, Mr. Murphy.
thank you. I would like to move 220449, the lease agreement with the Flint City Golf Course, Swartz Creek. Resolution 220494, sale of the city-owned Blaze Avenue. Resolution 220537, partial settlement, Matthew Baker versus the City of Flint, Genesee County Circuit Court case. Resolution 220538, settlement, Megan Bureau and Travis Copeland versus the City of Flint, Eastern District. Resolution 2300000. Todd Wenzel, Chevrolet Fire Department Vehicles. Resolution 23001. Haskin Air Energy Control Fire Station Vehicle Exhaust Elimination Systems. Resolution 2300002. EJ USA Fire Hydrants, Grates, Manhole Covers. Resolution 2300003. Platinum Mechanical Incorporation, WPC, Digester Fabrication Project. Resolution 2300004. McAllister Machinery Corporation Incorporation, WPC, Telehandler, or to council with any separation.
Support.
Okay, it's been moved and properly supported for the master resolution to include 220449, 220494, 220537, 220538, 230000, 230001, 230002, 230003, 230004 with any separations. Mr. Pfeiffer,
I'd like to separate 220449.
449?
449.
Any other separations? Any other separations? Okay. Any discussion on the master resolution? Any discussion on the master resolution? Any discussion on the master resolution? Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Murphy,
Yes.
Ms. Priestley,
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Yes.
Ms. Burns,
Yes.
Ms. Harkenroder.
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
Yes.
Ms. Worthing is not in, Mr. Mays is not in, Ms. Lewis,
Yes.
vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
7 yes, 0 no to send the master resolution to council. Mr. Pfeiffer, you separated 220449.
Yep, I would like to motion to postpone indefinitely 220449.
Is there support to postpone indefinitely?
Support.
Okay, it's been moved and properly supported to postpone indefinitely 220449. Any discussion on this motion?
Yes, there is.
Yes, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Madam Chair, I think that we just need to put this out to bid, and if we post or if we can reconsider the resolution to put it out to bid at the next meeting. So just as soon get this out of the way and we can reconsider the motion to put out the bid at the next meeting. So that's why I made that motion. Thank you.
Any other discussion?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy.
Thank you very much. My colleagues over there reading my mind. But listen, through you to, is Clyde Edwards back there or anybody back there that could speak on this golf course lease agreement? Anybody in administration that helped draft this lease agreement? Is there anyone back there? Going once, going twice.
Point of information. The
Miss-
legal department did,
Mr.
no one
Murphy.
else.
The legal department drafted that resolution or
Okay.
the agreement.
Let me, I think they said they couldn't hear me. Is there anyone back there that could come up here to the podium and speak on the resolution that was drafted for the lease agreement of Swartz Creek Golf Course and Kersley Lake Golf Course? Going once, going twice. Nobody?
Just a second.
The law department?
Yep, the law department. And
Through you to the city attorney, did you do this?
I did not. I did not.
Oh, I was waiting. No, I'm just. So here's the deal. I'm not against this company or who that's maintaining the golf courses. It's evidence that they have generated revenue from both golf courses. I'm not against them continuing on to maintain the golf courses. I know one of the things that I want to do is create a Third Ward magazine, so I'm interested in highlighting that the Third Ward have a golf course in there. But what I am against is the cost. And when I saw 600-some thousand for 1 year and 500-some thousand for another year, that it was over for me. And 6,000 or 575 or whatever you pay rent ain't nothing compared to what you generating. And when I looked at the expenditure report and it talked about gas reimbursement and all of that stuff, I know how you can work with numbers to make stuff look like you lost. And I'm not saying that's what they did. All I know is y'all made 600-some thousand, 500-some thousand. And even if we got 10% of that, y'all, if we change the contract to go to 10% based on whatever y'all made, we still would have made more than $66,000 a year for a golf course for that cheap of a year. Do you know I will move out my house? Do you know how many other people that would bid on that? I'm just totally, and then you come here meeting after meeting after meeting. I done heard them come before the podium and speak. If I was them, I wouldn't even get up here and speak because it just don't even make me be like, oh yeah, we should give it to y'all because y'all do all of these programs. I'm for doing programming and stuff. I'm just against. I'm against how much they paying for the golf course. And if they feel like they have so much overhead in maintaining it, then get out the business. Put it up for bid. And just if y'all bid and y'all bid $5,000, $7,000, $6,000 a year and somebody else come and bid and they bid $4,000, we'll give it to y'all because y'all bid at $6,000 and they bid at $4,000. And then the emergency managers, no, I'm just against it. I'm not against them. So I don't want them come and be like, I don't want to see kids and all of that. Don't run that game on me. I'm just against how much they paying. And I told them that from the get-go. They keep coming down here. Now, today they came down here and they said they willing to negotiate a different cost. Okay, now, because we talking about putting it out for bid now. So y'all ain't gonna have no other choice but to do it. So through you to the city attorney who helped them draft this, I want to put a referral in. Through you to the city attorney, could you work with the purchasing department, the administration, and y'all do all things necessary to put this out for bid? They got 1 year left before they leases up. So we ain't putting them out and we ain't telling them to leave. We just telling them to bid on it versus coming to city council with this. And then let's open the bids and let's see if they get it. If they get it, they keep it. And we all gonna be happy. So I would like to see a bid process put in place. Thank you.
thank you. Any other discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Mays.
If I'm not mistaken, and I can be mistaken, just like I was maybe on the 411 versus the 211. Now, somebody know what I mean by that. That ain't no slick talk, 411 versus the 211. I like the sound of it. But if I'm mistaken, it was a resolution before this council, Mr. Murphy, to put it out for bid. Now, watch this. Yeah, watch this. Through you, Madam Chair, to the purchasing person who's sitting back there. Could you approach? Could the purchasing person approach? Now, if I'm mistaken, Mr. Murphy, this was about a couple meetings or so ago. Watch this. If you look back, you're going to see a resolution to put it out to bid that I think was dropped. Through you, Madam Chair, to the person should direct the purchases, and see, I ain't got no TV, purchasing director. Do you recall when it was a resolution before this council to put that out to bid?
For the golf course you're
Yeah.
speaking of, I do not recall there being a resolution for bid. If it was, it probably was before my time.
Well, no. Ms. Priestley, you seem to remember.
I did. I made the motion to drop it.
See what I'm saying? And so that motion passed. So what I'm saying, Mr. Murphy, is that resolution is still around. And it can come back up in maybe 30 days. And so we might be getting close to the 30 days, so it'll save you some time on the city attorney's office. They might not do you like they do me, but I think I can show you a quicker path than what you asking that city attorney's office to do. If you look about 2 agendas back, it should be a resolution there asking that put out the bid. Then your only obstacle will see if the council agreed to that. I didn't mean to put you on the spot, but I know my mind tells me that resolution was there. Thank you. And so
And that would be the same clarification I made at one point when this was brought up to purchasing, is that would be goods and services. So
beg your pardon?
I would be in charge of goods and services. So anything with land disposition or a lease for land, I would have to refer to legal on how to go about putting that per se out to bid.
Say that again.
The golf course is not a good or service.
The
Anything that
golf
comes
courses
through
is what?
is not a good or service. That would be of procurement for the city.
Okay.
Purchasing would be responsible for goods and services and making sure those go out to bid. So that's probably why it was handled by the legal department in the first place. I know a lot of the, land disposition and everything else is kind of done by economic development, planning. So it might fall into that category. And if you did choose to do that, I would have to refer to legal on what would be done in that.
If that
Particular.
resolution come back up, for the sake of time tonight, you'd be able to make those same communications in the future. Look like he wants to re-sponsor the resolution, and he have all the right to do that. Once he bring it back, and it sounds like that's what he want to do, but mechanically, it's a resolution laying there drawn up, Mr. Murphy. If you sponsor it and bring it back, we'll see if it get 5 votes. We'll have you chime back in on the pros and cons. I do believe that from what I've heard so far, this agreement going into this next final year, it might turn out that way for this particular group. What happens in the future years, I don't know. But it's going to be interesting, but I'm done. I just want to chime in to remind you or let you know that it is a resolution hanging out there, and Ms. Priestley has kind of confirmed that my mind ain't playing tricks on me. Thank you so much.
Any other discussion on this? Any other discussion? I'll take my time for a minute as to explain why I had that resolution dropped. And that was because the resolution for the lease agreement was sent to council. So I didn't feel we could send it to council and have that resolution sitting there for a bid at the same time. So we couldn't send the resolution to send it to bid to council when we had sent the resolution for the lease agreement to council. But I am 100% in favor of sending this out to bid. I do think the emergency manager screwed the city, and this is one way of getting our control back. All right, any discussion in the second round?
Yes,
Yes, Mr. Murphy.
thank you. Through you to, Councilman Pfeiffer, do you have a copy of that resolution where you can send it to me and I can look at it? Have we all, have the attorney looked at the resolution that was drafted to? Did our city attorney look at the resolution that Pfeiffer?
The attorney
He
drafted,
drafted
point of
Oh.
information, the attorney drafted it for me.
Okay, all right.
Point of information. So, Mr. Piper, you had sponsored that particular resolution at first?
That is correct.
Any other discussion in the second?
Yeah, is this discussion on the master resolution?
No, it's on just mass resolution passed. This
Okay,
is
let
on-
me ask you this question. Was 220494 separated?
No,
And Ms. Wilcox is here. I'm gonna figure out a way to get some information on that. I think we did get some information at one point. That was a commercial property or lots or something. So before we adjourn.
can we, okay, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Before we adjourn, when we get to discussion items, since she's here, I'm gonna see if I can make sure I'm tight on that. And that'll let me see what I want to do in council. So in following the order, no, I don't have any discussion on the separation.
Point of information.
Yes, Mr.
Didn't Ms. Wilcox ask that drop because it was wrong?
She's shaking her head no.
Because it was commercial and it was, I'm sorry, but I'm out of order, but it was supposed to be dropped because it was incorrect.
Postponed, she said.
We'll put this as a discussion item.
Yeah, I want to do that in discussion.
Okay. Any other discussion on 220449 on the second round? And this is to drop. Postpone, no, 220449 is to drop, postpone indefinitely, right? Postpone indefinitely. Any other discussion on 220449? Okay,
Madam Chair, the motion is to postpone indefinitely,
indefinitely.
meaning that
It dies.
the approval of the lease agreement would.
Correct.
But then what would happen for this upcoming year?
The lease agreement is good through the end of the year. Into the
The
fall.
one that's already signed.
Yes,
And this one is given extensions. It don't include this year.
correct. Okay. Any other discussion? Okay, roll call, please. This is to postpone indefinitely, 220449.
Ms. Priestley,
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Yes.
Ms. Burns,
No.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing is absent. Mr. Mays?
Yeah, I'm gonna abstain until I can figure out exactly what that means and when it can come back.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 1 no, 1 abstention.
6 yes, 1 no, 1 abstention, and that motion passed.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Herkenroder.
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
It's been moved that we adjourn. Is there a second?
Support.
Okay, roll call, please.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Did you say who?
Ms. Winfrey
Chair.
Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Mr. Mays?
No.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
The vote is 4 yes, 4 no.
The vote is 4 yes, 4 no. That motion fails.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Mays, would you like
I
to take?
appreciate the council colleagues' courtesy through you to Ms. Wilcox. Could she approach? I wanted discussion on that property that went to
Ms.
council.
Wilcox, please.
Maybe
Ms.
not.
Wilcox, Madam Chair, through you to Ms. Wilcox, I'm gonna try to make this pretty quick. The property in question here, this sale of city-owned property, Blades Avenue, 2130 Mabry. You asked that at one point it be postponed. For what reason and what's the difference now? And give me the details of this proposed sale.
I did ask that, thank you, Councilman Mays. I did ask that it be postponed because I wanted to verify that it was actually a residential property. It was listed and therefore was eligible for a residential side lot sale. So I did check with our staff to verify that we did receive an application and that it was actually a residential side lot. There are certain procedures that have to be followed for residential side lots, and they were actually followed. So I just wanted to verify that before it moved forward.
So it's a vacant lot
There's 2 vacant lots, actually.
and they're residential?
The vacant lots are, the property that is purchasing the 2 vacant lots is a residential property. So
Say that
each-
again?
The property, the buyer that is purchasing the 2 side lots, that property is a residential property.
But the lots are residential or commercially zoned?
They're residential and they're vacant.
Okay, and they're adjacent to
They are.
that owner's
They
property?
share a boundary of at least 75% common boundary. And so they met all of the requirements and
And those requirements for sale is written somewhere in city policy?
in the property disposition procedures.
Okay, can you have a copy of that property disposition procedure in my mailbox prior to Monday?
I can do that again.
Yeah, because you did give it to me,
I
but I
did.
want to look at it
Sure.
again. Okay,
And then the other thing that you wanted to verify, and you asked this question, was it one of the 18 properties?
it's not.
It is not.
That's correct.
And I did know that.
Yeah, because it wasn't vacant. I just wanted to, if it was occupied, I'd
Yeah.
have took it. 'Cause once I heard they were vacant, they were not the tax reverted property.
Correct.
So I just want to review that policy and procedure prior to Monday.
I actually can give you a copy right now.
And I can glance at it and give it back if need be. Madam Chair, so the Matthew Baker et al., City of Flint, and all of those cases moved to council.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, Madam
Okay.
Chair.
I'll entertain a motion. Oh, sorry.
If you want me to, I will. I make a motion, I move that we adjourn Finance Committee meeting, so move.
Support.
It's been moved and supported to adjourn. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Ms. Burns,
Yes.
Ms. Hergenroder,
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer, Mr. Mays,
Yes.
Ms. Lewis,
Yes.
Mr. Murphy,
No.
Ms. Priestley,
Yes.
Winfrey Carter.
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 1 no. We are 1 no. We are adjourned at 8:48.
Thank you. Thoroughly embarrassed.
Speech.
Mr. Mays,
Present.
Ms. Lewis,
Present.
Mr. Murphy,
Present.
Ms. Priestley is not in. Ms. Murphy Carter. Present. Ms. Burns,
Present.
Ms. Hergenroder.
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Present.
And Ms. Worthing is absent. We have 7 members present.
Okay, we have 7 members present. Reading of disorderly conduct is on the agenda. Public speaking, any member of the public wish to address the council? Seeing no one, public speaking is closed. Please state your name for the record, sir.
Hello. My name is R.L. Mitchell, sir. Sir, to Councilman Murphy, I'm glad you the only one disagreed to closing the last meeting about the House of Esther, because all that property over there is connected to Rosewood Apartments over on Martin Luther King Street. And we got 2 Rosewoods, one in Mount Morris and one and 2 days ago, it was the anniversary of all black, of that, they killed everybody in that black business. If you don't know, and this the councilman, he always come up, wipe it off the map. Don't even have no dealings with it. And you, it sound like you wanted to continue, because you said your mama had some business over there at the House of Esther. But they won't let that program go because people like you don't give a care about black people's owning businesses in Flint, talking about still got houses on the land all the way down to Landmark, all the grocery stores over there. It's not like you're giving up on the project. You could have gave the whole church to Mays, and he'll deal with it since it's on the borderline of Ward 1 and 3rd Ward, and he would have done something with it. Like Antioch over there, concerned pastors. They're ready to deal with this situation with that income tax President Trump. And Trump think he got away with that stuff, but he gonna get dealt with like Governor Whitford dealing with them old snipers. And you up, and all people who, and like the man who jumped on Mays talking about all those contracts ain't real. Where he at now? This Ed Tuller dudes right there and the fireman talking about, making smart remarks, talking about, you want to get rid of the little dog, say something, city clerk and not an intern no more. These people ain't nothing but, and she said, getting screwed, talking about down there early, screwed Flint 20 years ago, and think he got away with this stuff and all that stuff. And now the Democrats in Alabama Republicans gonna get dealt with.
Thank you, Mr.
Take that, you
Thank you.
ducking country bumpers.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to address council?
Arthur Woodson, Ms. Hergenroder, please don't start out the year, Councilwoman Hergenroder. Meeting been going good. You know, you heard all them say that they wanted to speak to Ms. Wilcox, and you jumped in and asked for adjournment. Things was going smooth. Should have allowed it to let whatever you thought was going to happen before you did that, because it looks like you're bringing the same attitude and the same thing into a new year. Council need to get with the city administration, and we need water pods. You need to speak to the governor. Somebody, the state should be paying for it, not the city, but the state. Can someone please ask Ms. Wilcox about HUD, Mr. Ordinance, to where minority business, something can be put in place to make sure that they get a piece of the pie when these people start coming up here asking for pilots and tax credits and everything else. Section 3, make sure that the minority, low income, which can be white or black, gets the jobs, because they have to hire these people. Who's supposed to be hiring these people? Who's supposed to be checking if these companies are hiring minority contractors? We don't want to hear them say, hey, we got Lurvy. Lurvy is a female company. We all know who Lurvy is. Come on, y'all. We got enough people, because I know minority African-American contractor, Mr. Hatter, that's number one. I know he can do the job, but he has never been contacted by any of these companies working on these apartments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Woodson. Anyone else from the public wishing to address council?
Good evening.
Thank you. Please state your name for the record.
Geraldine Redmond, Flint Housing Commission, 3800 Richfield Road. I'm here tonight because we are in dire need on the Flint Housing Commission. We have a 5-member board, and we only have 3 members at this point. I need help. I've got a call from HUD that we need to fill our vacancies. And I'm hoping tonight that maybe one can be moved forward, but I'm hoping that the 2 that are on the agenda, that whatever information is needed be reflected back to the mayor to be here for Monday. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public wishing to address council? Anyone? I will close out public speaking and move on to council response. Any member? Mr. Mays.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, this is the second time in public comment I've heard Mr. Woodson say something about water pots closing. I got a call during the holiday. Now, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought that we gave money to the United Way from the ARPA funds to keep 3 locations open until June. Now, that's what I thought. And I thought it was Bethel. What's that? Ashbury on Davidson. And then the one on Dordt Highway, Greater Holy Temple. Now, if I'm wrong, somebody needs to correct me and let me know, because I've heard Mr. Woodson refer to it twice, and then I heard it during the holiday. I think it was my friend Christine Brown. And so who's putting the word out that water distribution in those 3 locations is not happening until June? And I want to find out if it is happening in June. Do anybody know? We'll see. And then Section 3, Mr. Woodson, folks need to get serious about that for years. And the council can hold hearings and do things to facilitate the compliance with Section 3. I remember standing out there before I was a councilman where you standing, and we used to talk about that years. Maybe somebody will get serious about Section 3. So I hear you, and I have to speak on it because I'm familiar with it. I want to hear what's happening with them water pots. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. Anyone else wishing? Ms. Herkenroder.
Thank you, Mr. Pfeiffer. I want to say thank you to all the public speakers, especially Ms. Geraldine Redmond. As a former employee of the Flint Housing Commission, I understand how important it is to have that 5-member board, because we can't do anything, right? So I want to say thank you for coming and elevating that. I'm really excited to help move forward these candidates to Monday's meeting and hopefully get them approved. To Mr. Woodson, to your point regarding the adjournment, I was in the restroom when that conversation happened, so I didn't hear that. That's why I made that motion. It wasn't done out of malicious intent by any stretch of the imagination. And the second thing I want to say is also regarding Section 3. So for Section 3, my understanding of it is, again, from my experience with the Housing Commission, is that it applies to the HUD-funded directly properties. So Section 3 is in regards to any contracts that go out to bid by HUD, any local PHA, which stands for Public Housing Authority. I don't believe that it applies to pilots, from my understanding, because it's predominantly done by private investors, which is why I think that's why it's not as elevated. But I know for a fact that the Housing Commission has employed a number of residents to do a lot of the renovations, specifically at like Howard Estates. who are Section 3 residents and have gotten really good jobs as a result of that. I know that that's something that I don't know if there's somebody specifically dedicated to Section 3 anymore. Mrs. Redmond would know better than I would, but there used to be somebody when they did all of their contracts, it was all related to that. So any like Section 3 stuff, that'd be a really great question to bring up at a Housing Commission Board meeting, which Miss Geraldine can help you with the schedule. I don't remember what it is anymore. So just wanted to address that, but thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to address? Mr. Murphy?
Yes, I was looking for the resume for the other appointment. I don't see the resume for, I see the one for Nadine Roberts. I don't see the one for Ashani Young, Ashani,
Point of information, Ashney. Ashney.
Ashney,
Mhm.
okay. Anyways, I don't see the resume for Ashney Young. Could you, through you to, I would like to know who are on the Flint Housing Commission Board. I don't really know who all is on there. I know we requested a while ago all the boards and who sits on the boards. We still yet to get that. Now that we got a permanent city clerk, we should probably get that within the next 90 days, 120 days, 180 days. But yeah, I would like to know who all sit on the Flint Housing Commission Board. Now, I would like to have that by Monday. So I know, I think she just said it was 3 people on there. We need more than 3 making decisions for the Flint Housing Commission, especially with this $500,000 for the Flint River Park planning grant that I hope that they ain't trying to plan to move the residents out and move them out of the 3rd ward. That part. I'm done. Oh, and with the water pass, remember the Concerned Pastors brokered a deal back then when Karen Weaver was the mayor that required them to get rid of some of the water pass. So that stuff happened a long time ago too. So we need to be going to the Concerned Pastors and ask them what they gonna do.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Anyone else wishing to address the public speakers? Anyone wishing to address the public speakers? Council response is now closed. On to special order 220384 by Councilwoman Lewis for privately blighted homes. Would you like to speak on that today or postpone it? Okay, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So clearly we have a blight issue in our community. And just as a refresher, over 50% of the blighted homes in the city of Flint are privately owned. Again, the majority of the blighted homes in the city of Flint are privately owned. And with that being said, we need to enact a nuisance abatement policy. I noticed that other communities are doing it and they are having a lot of success. This is forcing our residents to either clean up or turn your property over. And that's important because, again, we're trying to get rid of blight. We don't want to condone it. So it's time for us to put some policies in place with some teeth. So I'm looking to do more digging and to bring this before council this year. And then also another issue that we have an issue with our fire insurance withholding escrow. This was brought up before, but this is just another reminder that, you know, some people do have insurance, and for the escrow per home for demolition purposes, in 2023, we have over $15,000 set aside to help get rid of burnouts. So instead of burnouts remaining there, we have an allocated amount of funds through the fire insurance withholding escrow to get rid of those things. So my question is, through you, to nobody to ask, I don't think.
Yep,
Okay.
yep, she does.
Very well. All right, so through you, Madam Chair, to Suzanne Wilcox. How does the fire insurance withholding escrow work within the city of Flint?
So when a house is burned and the homeowner has insurance on the property, the fire insurance law releases 25% of it to the city of Flint. And it's able to, when the house is torn down, then it can be released to the owner of record or the contractor that actually tore that structure down. So there are, and we have records of properties that we have received fire escrow on, and then we manage that, we maintain it. A lot of them are very old properties, and it can only be released to the owner or the insured party or the contractor. So if someone else tears the structure down, if they're contracted to tear the structure down, if we have, for example, we have an agreement with the land bank. So if they tear down structures that have fire escrow on it, then we release those funds to the land bank because they've torn it down. But if no one tears that structure down, or in many cases, we have some fire escrow funds that we are unable, and we've done, some research to try and identify the actual owners. There's some properties that it's very difficult because people walked away from the property. They left it, fire escrow was, paid to the city, the 25%, and we cannot locate. We're actually undertaking an exercise right now to get some of that fire escrow out of our coffers. But otherwise, the only time it can be released is when the property is actually demolished.
Okay, and who is responsible for going after these? If we're looking into this.
Building and safety inspections under planning and development, it's handled through my department.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Mhm.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chairman. Yeah, Mr. Chairman, as I listen to the discussion on the special order, it's a slippery slope for me dealing with privately owned blighted property. I wrote a note. What is the definition of blighted property? After 10 years on this council dealing with blight officers, ticketing folks at their houses, looking at the economic downturn of General Motors and the devastation of our community based upon how it used to be. This is a slippery slope for me. And it might better be a slippery slope for the mayor and the administration and the council as well. For example, I got a call, I think yesterday, from a resident. She says, Councilman Mays, are you still the council president? I say, no. She say, I feel like a council person is harassing me, calling the blight office on me, and so forth and so on. Now, I did some research on that today, and I kind of find out that the 3rd Ward blight officer is ticketing maybe a 2nd Ward resident. And so once I seen that, I'm like, well, what's going on? Who's doing what? I don't know how this thing is working. But I drove past the resident on my way to council meeting to look at the cars in the driveway. The resident informed me that a ticket had been put on some property between the curb and the street. They say her mother had died and she was trying to get some stuff straightened out. I say, well, why wouldn't a council person help you get that picked up? I say, in my ward, before I try to do something, I'll try to help somebody get something picked up. And I told her, I say, so let's see what we can do, and I'll try to help you get it picked up. She got another ticket for something in the backyard. Once we found out how much the ticket was, and she figured she had to pay it today, it had been put yesterday, I say, well, don't panic. If I need to, I'll pay the $50 ticket. We're gonna make some phone calls and see if we can get this stuff straightened out. But my point is, blighted property, privately owned, is a slippery slope. Because particularly in the year of ARPA funds, you've got 300-400 people that put in to fix up property. This council, in my opinion, has a duty and a responsibility to let some of that money go to fix up these privately owned properties. And in some cases, the money can be used to help folks. Now, I'm gonna leave it like this, because a lot of people call me, Ms. Winfrey Carter, and they tell me stuff you wouldn't believe. And I'm saying some of this stuff, I'm gonna hold it in my back pocket. And when need be, I'm gonna speak on it because people calling me. And so this is one of the times that I'm gonna do it. And I'm gonna try to see what we can do to help people with privately owned blighted property than to penalize them and punish them and send inspectors and blight officers out to ticket them. Some people don't have the wherewithal in a timely manner. Take me, for instance, old 64-year-old guy like myself. There's some stuff I like to do to my privately owned house. I don't have the financial wherewithal sometimes. And so that's why I'm very sensitive to this special order, looking to see what we can do with privately owned blighted property, because I know what some of the definitions of blight are. And so, Ms. Lewis, Ms. Priestley, this is a special order requested by y'all. I'm willing to sit and talk about it in a special meeting, on a special agenda, but it's a slippery slope. And it's real slippery when we sitting on millions of dollars of ARPA funds. And I'm like to help people fix their blighted property than to ticket them and send blight officers out and building inspectors in a devastated community. Now that's my position. And I'm gonna talk about some things with some folks publicly and possibly privately, because folks is calling me. And when folks call me, I know it's 2 and 3 sides to a story, but they ain't usually telling me stuff wrong. I'm very careful when I listen to folks. And I'm gonna caution my colleagues, let's see what we can do to help people versus ticket them and hurt folks. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. Ms. Priestley.
Yes. So, Ms. Wilcox, through you, Mr. Chair, to Ms. Wilcox, one of the reasons why Ms. Lewis, Dr. Lewis and I put this order on was because as we were driving around our wards, we would find blighted properties privately owned. I was looking for houses that could be torn down. So one of the houses I found is at the end of my street. I thought it was going back for back taxes. Guess what? The taxes are paid. There's holes in the walls. I found scrappers. The windows are out. People are getting in. What can we do? This house has been vacant since I've lived there over 30 years. And the taxes are paid. what can the city do to have them maintain their property or do something with it?
I'm not going to speak to the blight process because that's handled through a different department, but there is a process for privately owned structures that need to be demolished to get demolished. There was a period of time where the Building Board of Appeals was not operating, it was not functioning. We didn't have, the ordinance was needed to be updated. The board members needed to be appointed. That is actually a functioning body right now. And so for privately owned structures that a complaint has been filed, you file a complaint, you can contact our Building and Safety Inspection Office. We have an inspector who will go out and inspect the property and verify if it is in fact a demolition candidate. And if it is, he posts the property, he will cite that it's condemned. And then it will go through the standard motion process through our Building Board of Appeals, which is the process that needs to happen in order for privately owned properties to be demolished. So the problem is that there has to be a funding source to take down those privately owned properties. So we have a list right now of, over 1,000 properties that have gone standard motion, but we are working on that right now because unfortunately, the money that council allocated for the land bank is only for land bank owned properties. So we've been working internally at the city to try and identify funding, and I will let others, including Lottie, speak to that, to have funding available for the city to take down properties that are privately owned because the land bank is not doing that. So we don't have $16 million to do that, but we are trying to take a stab right now at having a process in place internally where properties that have gone through that standard motion process, we've identified funding and we're working towards getting those properties done. That's something we're working through right now.
Is there a way that if properties are torn down because they are condemned, that we can go back against the owners?
That's really a question for the law department. Those are kind of things we're working through right now to see if there's a way to recoup some of those costs. In some cases, there are, Councilwoman Lewis talked about the fire escrow process. So if a property has fire escrow on it, we see that as one that needs to be prioritized because we can leverage those funds. Typically, they're not enough to tear down a house, especially depending upon the funding source. But if we are utilizing, grant funds or city general funds or other funding sources, and there's fire escrow on a property, it makes sense to tear those down first because that stretches that money a little bit further, even if it's just a little bit. But in terms of, can we go back on owners, I would really defer to the law department to answer that question.
Okay. My niece's house burned down and they didn't take care of it. The city of Flushing did within 6 months. So I'm just putting it out there.
Well, it really goes back to where the money has been allocated and the land bank has prioritized land bank owned properties.
Well,
And so we're trying to address that section of, blighted properties that are not really addressed by anyone else. So, and there's a need. I mean, the need is great and resources are small.
Right. I understand that. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes. Let me speak on my NSO officer in the 3rd Ward. What we have tried to do since I've been elected, when we get a complaint or go to a house, our first thing is not to enforce or be like, oh, y'all need to, but to go and try to talk. He's been real good when it comes down to talking to the residents and trying to compromise with them to work things out to try to resolve a situation before he go to giving them fines and all of that different kind of stuff. I think one of his first approaches is just to go and try to talk to him. We had a situation where someone just recently moved a mobile home, a trailer on some vacant lot and put up propane tanks and was set up a tent, and that's where they was finna live. It was there for about, it's still there, but Instead of us just like, oh, y'all gotta go, we went and tried to talk to him. And I think how he ended up in other wars is because they don't have NSO officers yet, because y'all in the hiring process of hiring some NSO officers for the various wards. So I think he doing the 3rd ward. He may be in the 1st ward. I believe he in the 2nd ward doing those 3 wards, and he may be doing somebody else ward too if the NSO officer is not there. I think they in the process of hiring. So that's how I know he may be in your ward. You may have got a complaint or something about an address and sent it to the blight department, and or somebody came to you and complained, and he went over there. So I don't believe that he's just out harassing residents. He may have went there and talked to them, and maybe they couldn't get it resolved. I could be wrong, but for the most part, he been good to working with me in the 3rd ward. That's been my experience. But on this order right here, dealing with the privately owned property, today, Arnold Brown, thank you so much. I thought he was in the back. I was gonna have him come up here and speak. I don't think I see him back there. I see somebody back there, but he don't look like Arnold Brown, because he look like Arnold got a little bit more hair than he do on top of his head. And he looked a little taller than Arnold Brown. So that ain't Arnold back there. There's somebody back there. But Arnold went to a property that was privately owned that I've been complaining about for a year. When I first got in office, that was one of the things that they was like, Quincy, I need you. And it's been a whole year. When I say y'all, if y'all ever watched the movie Fred Sanford and how junkyard, this whole backyard of this yard and the lady front yard and backyard is kind of butted up because it's in a cul-de-sac. So that means they backyard, she could see it. It just was horrible. We knew it was privately owned, but we needed to figure out what can we do. They gave them the tickets. We called the blight. They went 1, 2, 3. We had exhausted everything. What I think we need to do is, if we go and the city work on privately owned property, I thought we had something in place where when you go on to and do somebody's property, you used to build them and put that on their taxes. If that's not what we're doing, I think we either need to add however much it costs for them to clean it up. So if we go and tag these residents that's got these privately owned properties, we give them 1, 2, 3 tickets and nothing still happened, because that's what a lot of us is going through. We should have our blight department go clean it up so it just won't be sitting there. And however much it costs to clean it up, we should add it on their property taxes. Because if they don't get it, we can't get it on the front end, we can get it in the back end. If we don't have a policy in place like that, I would like to see us work together to draft an ordinance to apply any work that the city have to do to clean up privately owned, whether it's commercial or residential, because we just can't go and have an NSO officer go and clean somebody's property up, and they or bill them, give them a ticket, and they don't do nothing. They ain't thinking about them tickets. We got so many properties, the NSO officers done went and ticketed these residents, and they didn't do nothing but probably look at the ticket like, I'm not paying that. It probably costs less to pay the ticket than it do to clean the property up. That's how far gone some of these properties is. I'm not saying don't put nothing in place or let's go and harass privately owned properties like Councilman Mays was saying that might happen, where somebody has some cars parked in the driveway and you going to give them a ticket for a car. No, I'm not talking about those kind of residents. I'm talking about residents that done vacated these properties, that don't have no plans on cleaning it up. We need to work with the city attorney to see first if we got an ordinance already in place that allow us to build the residence. If we already got something in place, we don't need to do nothing. We just need to enforce it. Or do we have something to be able to allow, because one of the things they were saying, well, we don't have jurisdiction, we can't go on privately owned property and clean it up. That may be an issue. So we need to look at what we can do to allow us that after 90 days or after 30 days or after 60 days, if we gave you 1, 2, 3 tickets, we have the authorization to go in there and clean your property up and bill you. Because if it's a problem that we can't go and clean up privately owned properties, then our hands is tied. So I think we should look at this special order, drafting the ordinance and having it done within the next 90 days to make sure that we got some teeth to be able to clean up these privately owned properties, whether it's commercial or residential. Because I'm sure it ain't just in my ward. I think I had the worst property out of the whole 9 wards that had blight on there, and my hands was tied, and the residents was complaining, making it seem like we weren't doing that, and our hands was tied. So hopefully we can come together and create something, not something to harass residents, but something that if ain't nothing getting done, at least we could try to have a policy in place to allow us to go and clean up a privately owned property. I don't think we have that right now. So I'm willing to work with anybody to get it done. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Burns.
Thank you. Council, through you, Mr. Chair, to Councilman Murphy, I did get that same call from that person. I don't even know her. And it wasn't about your NSO officer. It was from the council person this person complained about, because they are sharing NSO. My NSO is all over 1 through 9. I believe they're short 4 to 5 NSO officers. And with them being short that many, they've been overlapping since COVID. And I know they had hired and some had quit. So it wasn't about your NSO, it was about the council person. And that this person had they claimed that they had sent their police to them, and that there was a monetary dispute that they felt that had led to it. My suggestion, that's why I asked me to have an ombuds person, because we don't investigate, that's not our duty. But when we talk about building and safety, through you, Mr. Chair, to Suzanne Wilcox, and I'll start talking as you're walking. I know that it is your department for building and safety who's over for condemning the properties. Who does building and safety board up? Or they do board, they don't board up. So blight is required to board up? Who boards up? Who boards up the properties? Once they condemn them. Now, I've had some, and I know Land Bank will board up, because I've had Land Bank tear down and board up and tear down for me.
Yeah, when blight was under planning and development, we did board properties through the blight division. I don't want to speak to that right now because I'm not sure what process they utilize, but our building and safety inspections division, when they post the property, they do not board them as well. That's not something that planning and development does.
Okay, so is that why? So, yeah, and so.
I know blight has boarded properties.
Is it blight's? Who's supposed to board them up once they're condemned?
Blight.
Okay,
Oh, I shouldn't say that. Blight is not supposed to board them up. There's a process that I know properties have been boarded up, but it's not necessarily one of their main functions. If it's a dangerous property that, makes sense for it to be boarded up because it's a nuisance. We've actually worked with them, building and safety inspections, and in fact, multiple departments have worked together to board up some properties, but I'm just saying it's not under the purview of building and safety inspections. When it's done, it's typically managed through the blight division.
Okay. That was my question. Thank you.
Mhm.
And when we talk about the blighted properties, I have had Land Bank tear them down. I had the rat house in my ward. Literally, it was rats. And it had been on there for 5 years. It was a Land Bank home because it was environmentally unsafe. And literally, they weren't mice, they were rats. they did board the house up because there were squatters in there. They evicted them, boarded it up, and tore the house down. And they had been trying to do it for, well, they had first inquired like 5 years before. I was able to get that done. So it was just persistence with following through. And that was a hip, hip hooray when they tore down the Rat House, which is on the corner of Seneca and Concord. So that one was, the neighbors were happy. But do they fix, or do they clean up blight on properties and ticket them? I've had them do that too. The city has done that. So they do it to where I've got a lady who lives in Lake Havaca, Arizona, won't take care of her yard. They put it on her taxes every year because she refuses. She's just not going to do it. And so they do, and she pays the taxes. So she doesn't mind paying clearly the amount. So it's the neighbors, I have learned just to keep on top of it. I don't know I think we have an enforcement problem, not a new ordinance problem with this. We don't have people to enforce it, because if I'm able to get and I was able to get some of this done before I was even elected. I mean, so it's an enforcement, I think, and a follow through issue. And there are some people, I've got a person, it's now in your ward now. I had to give you that address. But the home, they keep paying the taxes. The home is caving in. No one lives there. The person is in, the estate is paying for. The city's receiving the taxes, but the house is condemned. I mean, you cannot, and he had become a squatter. So, we talk about that. I think we have laws on the book, our ordinances, and they do speak to it. They're just not enforced. Sam Muma gave us all of the books. I have read my book and tabbed it with the most frequent complaints that we get, and I use it. It's actually on my living room table. So that book has been so handy. Land bank homes, you just have to be persistent, and you have to, squeaky wheel gets the oil here in Flint. And so that's how I do it. But Council Murphy, you're I don't even know who your NSO person is, but we do need to make sure we get more NSOs, because sharing the NSOs is hard, because my NSO could stay busy in my ward and your ward has more land, and it's a different demographic. So we all need our NSOs. I don't know, I got now a new part of the ward, it's just very challenging, but there's hope. So when we talk about the blighted homes and structure, I don't believe the land bank hasn't torn down any of the homes yet on that list. So our 16 million given hasn't went towards demoing that one home. So we do have, or structure. So we're behind, and it will not be done, I was told, by 2024, because I think that's supposed to tear out over 2,000 structures, and it will not be done. And I would like to see minority contractors included in that. That to me is important. Everyone gets a share of it, and not just the same people. Now, there's a company, I believe that they are out of Standish, Bowley, I believe, are getting a contract. So I think we need to do something about making sure some of those dollars can be local and spent from contractors in our community. I just think that it's fair. We keep funding everyone who, take their money, make their money, and take it back to their communities. And our community could use those monies spent and have those dollars recirculated within our own community. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak on the special order? Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to piggyback off of what Councilwoman Burns have said, I think, and I've said this before some years ago, my first term in office, we do have an enforcement problem. We are not enforcing the ordinances. We have ordinances on the books that deal with blight and privately owned properties and blight. Now, I would think that our blight officers or our neighborhood safety officers would first give the residents a warning, because I know that's what my NSO would often do, is go and warn them. And then I think the residents would have like a certain time to clean up the act. And then they would go and ticket them if it's not done. So I would hope that first you get a warning and then you get a ticket of a fine or something. But that is the problem, enforcing the blight ordinances. I have had several issues in the 5th Ward as far as blight. And I'm a council person. I don't like you parking on your lawn. That's one of our ordinances, that you cannot park on your lawn. And I will send a blight officer over to warn the resident and perhaps ticket them. I know I was driving down Welch Street one day and happened to look over and saw like 5 ice cream trucks, big ice cream vans sitting up on a property. And that freaked me out. I was like, oh my God, on Welch Street, on Welch Boulevard. No, we can't have that. And so, yes, I am gonna send a blight officer over to deal with that situation. And I just let people know. But I do say, give them a warning. And if they do not comply, then go back and give them a ticket. So I think we do need to perhaps go in and look at our ordinances and maybe update our ordinances as far as the blight and private properties and all of what we're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak on this order? I will real quick, just to wrap up, if we want to call the first round before we get into second. I have a pretty in-depth experience with blight in the blight department. To your point, Mr. Murphy, that is still an option, and I believe we still do it because I had a horrendous blight thing, and I was very fortunate, and Mr. Brown was there and the whole team to do a forced eviction and board up. It was a property that they wanted to run a mechanic shop in the middle of a street, and they had 3 land bank homes right next to it. So they were occupying all three properties with vehicles. So we got a court order and we did a forced eviction because they were also stealing water. They were stealing electricity from the house next door. So we got a forced eviction, cleanup, board up. To your point, blight does board up. I'm not sure about, I think they got to get a court order and it's a whole thing. But I believe the owner was renting the property and didn't know about it, allegedly. And he was billed those expenses, allegedly. I haven't seen if he's actually billed it, but we have numerous properties that I know of just in my ward that are, when we talk about personal property blight, it's subjective, but it's not really subjective, because when you drive by and a person with normal standards would realize that a home that has property or a home that has trash that they don't take out to the road, that they have 15 broken down cars in their lawn, like that to me isn't subjective. That to me is blight. We have a vast library of ordinances. I mean, but to somebody's point, it's hard to we have an ordinance that the grass can't be over 6 inches long. But it's hard to ticket someone for grass that's 12 inches when the next 3 homes are land bank that have 4 foot of grass. So it's difficult to enforce an enforcement problem, but it's difficult to enforce some of them when we can't enforce them on the majority landowner in this city, which is the land bank. It's a problem, but until the land bank figures a way to, they keep taking the properties and they keep doing nothing with them. Until that problem happens, we're not going to get our city back. And until majority, the gods rain down funding for all of this stuff, I don't know how we ever get our city back. And we can, and I've complained about it myself many a times, NSO. And I still complain about the NSO. And I actually had a conversation with the mayor today about where's all the problems. I'm like, Mr. Mayor, drive down any city or any street in the city and you'll see no enforcement. It's a vast issue. We're not going to solve it tonight, but one of the things that, Madam Clerk, can we put a referral in for Mr. Michael Freeman to come in and give us an update on demolition status? I could send him an email. I don't want an email. I want him to come in and tell us what the plan is. That memorandum of understanding has been signed a long time ago. If he hasn't got contractors, let us know. We have minority, we have anybody and everybody. Let's get all hands on deck. We've got the money out there, and I know that just got, I think, another $2 million or $4 million for highly distressed or highly, whatever it is, burned out properties. So they have the money. If they need assistance directing contractors to them, I want to know. So if we can get a referral to Mr. Freeman with the land bank to come in and tell us what the status of that program and when our money is going to be spent, that would be great. With that, if there anyone else wishing to speak on this, Ms. Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And it's amazing to hear how doing my job put me in the center of someone's picking on me. So clearly it looks like when the NSO do their job, now that we have a problem. So can we win? When they're not doing their job, we have a blight issue, but when they're doing their job, it's a problem. I just really want to clear this up. One thing that a lot of the Second Ward residents have noticed upon my election was it's a new day in the Second Ward. And so when they see blight, either if they don't call me, they call it in themselves. And on my street, they have caught on that, yes, our trash day is on Monday, so we don't put our trash out on Wednesday anymore. We're not doing that. The neighbors are saying that if they see that, they will make a call. And it's unfortunate that this is being blamed on me. This is definitely something new to me. But if we're going to speak on the topic, I'm definitely up for the occasion. See, one thing you can't do is, again, if you have a trash day on Monday, you must put it out there no earlier than 7 o'clock the night before. That's on the books. And yes, we do have an enforcement problem. But again, as we begin to enforce this, is this the pushback that we get? So if your trash is out on the lawn and the animals are ripping it open, that's something that you can't control. That's called blight. So let's not call my colleagues to tell me or tell them whomever made the complaint, because unfortunately it was not me. But that's what we call blight, and that's what we're here to fix. If you have more than one inoperable vehicle in your driveway and they are housing rodents, that's called blight. So whomever is doing their job in contacting the NSO officer, to reclaim their neighborhood. Let's not try to shame them nor pin it on the council person. I would be proud to say I did it if I did it, because I'm all about making sure that the neighborhood is clean and rodent-free. My numbers stay available, so no need to call my colleagues and tell. I know nothing about any monetary situation. I have to speak on this because I don't want my name out here as mud, because I don't do that. That's not the way I move. I don't have money issues, so there's no money issue with me. But what it is the Second Ward residents are making sure that we no longer have to deal and live in blight. Just sent Mr. Brown to a residence 3 days in a row. Why? Because the resident, the owner of the blighted property who burns things in the backyard, they kept putting out big pieces of the house on the curb. And other neighbors chime in and say, oh, we can do this. No, you can't. And so I totally am for the neighbors. Continue to speak out. Because this isn't my gutter falling off my house, I need assistance. This is you are creating an unsanitary environment for your neighbors. That's what we're dealing with here. And I trust my colleagues, well, I hope my colleagues will have the same sentiment. It's not going to happen on our watch. This is a new day. Just like Jerry Winfrey Carter said, you parked on the grass, she calling. You won't do that in Grand Blanc, so therefore she needs to call. If she's not calling, a neighbor should be calling. This is something that we have to take serious. It's time for us to stop calling things a slippery slope and letting things go by. That's why we have an enforcement problem, because too long we letting things slide, let things go by. No, new day. Let's stop letting things slide. Let's stop letting people live in filth. Let's stop it today. So as we begin to enforce ordinances and put new ones on the books, this is the way that we clean up our city. And I encourage the young lady that reached out to my colleagues to reach out to me. I live right next door. Fully accessible to everyone that needs help. So if we want to tell the whole story, we can, but I'm not going to do that. But just know that I have done a lot of things for my neighbors, including that one. And I will continue to do so because I want to help move Cyrus Park forward, the Second Ward forward, and also this great city. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Chairman, I tried not to identify who called me. I tried to speak in general, and now she done said my neighbor. Well, the neighbor don't care because the neighbor did call me. And Ms. Lewis, I have been in office for 10 years, and I've assisted my block clubs, some of them in cleanups. Your reputation was cleaning up a park and helping people clean up. Why would you not help a neighbor versus call the police on them?
Point of information. Dallas Smith's information, as stated when I was talking, I did not call the NSO that time. Thank you.
Ms. Lewis, you just said in comparison to what Jerry Winfrey Carter said, that you do call folks and you encourage neighbors to do it. So I didn't interrupt you. I'm listening to you, putting it in context. I'm a different council person than you, particularly with a neighbor. That's why when we do the garbage contract, whether it's Priority, Greenleaf, or Republic, I'm looking at the details of bulk pickup. Who gonna pick up between the sidewalk and the street? I'm not in a rush like some of y'all to give the contract to certain folks. We had a contractor for garbage out pickup between the sidewalk and the street. I'm gonna just put it out there. I done had to call Heather Griffin and get stuff picked up in the right of way. Now, some of us might not know all the details on how this city works, but to the other points, when people say, Mr. Pfeiffer, that you was proud of folks shutting down a place in your ward, talk to the people on Edward Street. Shops, cars stole, chickens running. Numerous times have I been on the scene. It's a different enforcement. It's selective. It ain't happening. Y'all getting impressed with some of these folks. And I'm saying, y'all better learn the politics of it. I know politics. I know selective enforcement. And Miss Lewis, I know how to help a neighbor, since you want to go there. That trash that this neighbor described put on the parkway, before I ticket them or let them get ticketed, I'm going to call Heather Griffin. In the backyard, if the mama done died and she getting the house together, I'm sensitive to that. So you went there and you called out the neighbor. And it's more that I know that I'm holding back on. And I don't know who right or who wrong, but you just confirmed to me that you know something about it, because I didn't say it was your neighbor. I can give you the address. I wrote about it. You said.
Point of information. Do you remember saying that the NSO was in the second ward and I'm the second ward council person?
Yes.
And this is about a council person?
Yes.
Okay, so that leaves me.
Yeah, I said the third ward blight officer ticketed a second ward resident. You said it was your neighbor. And that's exactly what she said. Who called and who know, I'm just saying I'm gonna help my neighbor. My neighbor is Gemini. And if Gemini got a problem with bulk pickup, I'm gonna help Gemini. If I can get stuff moved from the front to the back, I'm gonna help them get it moved from the front to the back. If I know a mama done died and a daddy done died and folk getting their house together, I'm gonna assist where I can.
Point of information.
What's your point?
Do you also know that I install Yard Life, offered Ring doorbells, and also have done plenty of things for that neighbor? Thank you.
I know some things you did you might not want me to know. You don't know, you don't want me to say this. You should leave it well enough alone. Remember, y'all the ones that say, whenever I talk, Mays, point of order, point of information. You don't want to do too much. And you don't want me to say too much. You might really want to talk to me and that neighbor privately when you really think about it, or somebody lying on somebody. Now, I know there's liars out there. Hell, there's liars in City Hall. So I'm not assuming everything I'm being told is true, but you confirming some things. And then I had to go look. And I'm telling you, I know how to help people get stuff moved from the right of way. I know how to help people get stuff moved from the backyard to the front yard to the right of way so it can be picked up. But what I'm hearing here is folks getting ticketed for trying to get situated and people suspicious of who doing what. I don't know who doing what. All I know is I said I will help. It ain't even in my ward. So you don't want to get too feisty with me. And I don't think you want to get too feisty with that neighbor. Because, it's things that could have been and went on if that light bulb, like on them cartoons, go on up in your head. Boop. Be careful, because don't offend these people if you ain't been straight up with the world. But if you've been straight up, then folk lying. So this is my position. Before I go to cracking down on folks on little blight problems, the problems y'all talking about is major blight problems. That's why I say I wrote, what is the definition of blight? I'm gonna try to help people with this money we got, home improvements as a category, before I start calling blight police and penalize them and not helping them get stuff picked up. You talking about them major issues. That's a different conversation. And so remember, I ain't gonna talk as long as y'all. I'm gonna end it by saying this. I started out giving one small example. I listened to the big examples. Enforcement, Ms. Winfrey Carter, is an issue. And then we got selective enforcement. Folks trying to be cool with certain council persons and don't give a doggone about the same assembly issues in certain departments. I seen it when they were campaigning. And I think it's ironic that the cleanup councilwoman won't help clean up 1 yard before she encouraged her and her neighbors to call the black police. Quincy say, do a neighborhood cleanup for that particular property. But maybe I heard you wrong.
Point of information.
What's your point?
Through you to the speaker, I just deleted my whole paragraph while I was putting in the.
Okay. And you were saying to yourself, I deleted that. Now that might make sense to me. I thought you were saying about my saying to get people to help clean up and help a neighbor. I thought about that one day. I say, I should do 1 block of paint up, you know, where everybody on the block, you help them paint their house if needed some paint. Do just 1 block at a time, let alone my neighbor. So Ms. Lewis, I ain't confused. I'm gonna continue to take phone calls. I'm gonna continue to pay attention. I'm gonna continue to hear what you say, what your neighbors say, what you say, what the other neighbors say, because I didn't ask for the call. But be careful bucking up against me, because you know what they say, one of the best witnesses in a court is a person. Don't have to be no camera. It could be what a person say. And then a jury decide. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. Anyone else wishing to speak before we close this one out? All right, I will close out that special order. Special order 220445, Mr. Mays, police chases. Do you want to speak on it or you want to leave it on?
Yeah, Mr. Piper, this is a special order about the police chase, and I put it on there based upon information I had as it relates to Pearson Road. The police chase policy was put in my box. I need to review it. I want Chief Green them here. If I promise that lady I'm gonna pay attention when her son got killed, and I hear conflicts as it relates to the police chase, I'm gonna see how, if they get a lawyer, I'm gonna find out what's happening, and I'm gonna stay concerned. So I would ask that this stay on here for a minute. Let me see what's really going on.
Okay, I will order that to stay on the agenda without objection. Mr. Mays, the next one as well, 220446, a pipe replacement.
Yeah, through you to the city attorney. This is the legislation similar to what they did in Ben Harbor in order to try to facilitate this pipe replacement program. We've had some private conversation concerning this. I don't trust the city attorney's office as far as I can see them. And so what I'll do, I'll try to keep this on, if I may, and through you, Mr. Chairman, to the city attorney. You were right pulling that mic up. Will you or that office let me know when y'all are ready to tell me something about that particular type of ordinance?
We will. I know our office is in the process of reviewing the Benton Harbor ordinance. We had some concerns with that, but we are in the process of reviewing that.
Now, you say we will. You can speak for that office.
I know the city attorney's office is reviewing that.
Yeah, and I'm asking, can I get some specific updates and in a timely manner? And you say we will. And I'm saying, okay, I'm still waiting on maybe not to do with you, but other requests from that office. I'm being serious but sarcastic. I'll ask that this stay on for a minute.
Okay, we'll keep that on the agenda without objection. Pulaski Street, Councilwoman Burns, you'd like to keep this on or talk about it?
I feel like, Mr. Chair, would like to keep it on because there were some questions the last time in regards to Attorney Kim did state that there were some things that the investigation was moving, but the information was limited right before the holidays. I know there are documents that were requested, he had stated, from the Michigan State Police, but through you to Attorney Cups, I don't know, Attorney Cups, do you have any information what the status is or?
I don't.
Okay, and that's what I figured. That's what I figured. Thank you.
Okay.
So I would like to keep it on, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we will keep 220478 on the agenda without objection. We're on to resolutions. We only have one resolution tonight. Do we have a motion?
Mr. Chair,
Ms. Herkenroder,
I'd like to make a motion to send resolution 220530, public hearing regarding the rules governing the meeting of sitting council to council.
Support.
it's been moved and properly supported. Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Mays.
I've reviewed those rules in detail. And if you want to sit here in governmental operations tonight and go through them, I'm willing to do them even without my notes and the stuff here. One of the rules that strikes me had to do with one public speaking opportunity in a variety of meetings. Through you to the city attorney, did you find that to be legally correct?
I haven't personally reviewed the proposed rules.
So this is on the agenda tonight. And we ready to roll, and you saying you don't know legally whether or not we can approve that?
It's not an issue that I'm familiar with.
Well, let me say this. When you're doing rules, you need lawyers and people who's, familiar with it. And I'm not being funny with you, Mr. City Attorney. I'm just saying this motion ain't ready to go. Ain't ready to go to council. If I got one question for starters, now I think the other day, Mr. Pfeiffer pointed out something about meetings ending at 10 o'clock. I seen that too. I went over every rule. But I started out with the legality of approving a rule that says we got finance, legislative, governmental ops, grants, and we can only have one public speaking in 4 different meetings. To me, that violates the Open Meetings Act. If you call a meeting to order and do roll call, that's a different meeting. I don't think you can have one.
Point of information.
What's your point?
Through you to the speaker. That was proposed by Mr. Kim.
Yeah, Attorney Kim, the same one, told y'all could deliberate outside of the council meeting. And I'm saying under Section 11, Section 3, I'm gonna ask him on the witness stand under oath and then show the video where he told y'all that. And I'm gonna ask him that in front of the judge, as it relates to his law life.
Point of information.
What's your point?
Did Councilwoman Priestley say that rule change was proposed by the city attorney?
Yeah. And I don't think,
Okay, that's interesting.
I don't think
He has
that's
nothing to
ready.
do with our rules.
Look,
but
I
that's
want to
interesting.
do an amended motion to leave this in committee, governmental ops, until Attorney Kim and Polk can be here. And I think we better set aside, I'll make the motion, but I think we better set aside the adequate enough time before we move this to council. Now, if the majority of the colleagues move it to council, we better really have adequate enough time in council meeting to kind of tighten it up. I see some issues with them rules. I'm gonna make an amended motion to postpone this in governmental ops.
There's a motion to keep 220530 in committee. Is there support?
Mr. Chair, I'll support that
It's
motion.
been moved and properly supported. Any discussion? Any discussion on the amended motion? Any discussion on the amended motion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, roll call.
Mr. Mays,
Yes.
Ms. Lewis,
No.
Mr. Murphy,
No.
Ms. Priestley,
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Yes.
Ms. Burns,
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder,
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
No.
The vote is 3 yes, 5 no.
3 yes, 5 no, that motion fails. We're back to the original motion. Any other discussion in the first round?
Mr. Chair.
Ms. Herkenroder?
I just want to clarify because I think that things get confused in understanding. The resolution is just to set the public hearing. Following the public hearing is when we will be able to go through and do the adoptions and the amendments as we see fit. But we can't adopt any changes to any rules until after that public hearing. So just to clarify and to make it clear, so we're all on the same page, is this resolution just sets that public hearing. Once that public hearing happens, which will have to be at least 2 weeks from the adoption, so whatever 2 weeks from Monday is, then we can go through and we can do the changes. We can go through, we can look at all of this stuff, and then we have to have a 2/3 majority to be able to vote to pass the rules too. But we can't do any of that until we set the public hearing. So this doesn't approve or adopt the rules by any stretch of the imagination. This just starts that process for the public hearing. So I just wanted to clarify that. And then that's why I'll be voting yes to send this to council. Thank you.
Any other discussion in the first round? Any other discussion in the first round? I will end the first round with my comments and just say that the last session, we didn't act on rules, and I'm going to support this to hopefully force us into the force that conversation, so I will be supporting it. Anyone in the second?
Yeah,
round?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Chairman, that's your strategy to support it, to force a meeting. And really, you don't have to support it to force a meeting. 2 people call a meeting and you see who show up, and it's a quorum. Ms. Herkenroder, you misguided, in my opinion, and I'll tell you why. You do the changes and amendments first. Once you have the public hearing and you make substantial changes to these rules, you got to have another public hearing. You can't have a public hearing on these rules. Then, as Mr. Pfeiffer say, force a meeting, change and amend them, and then adopt them. Ms. Herkenroder, I think you're a little misguided. You're going to have another public hearing on the new changed and amended rules. Don't matter to me how you do it. But you don't have to vote for this to force a meeting. You just call a meeting on the rules or the rules committee and see who show up and if it's a quorum. You can even have a standing committee created called a rules committee till you get it done. That's where I was headed when I was president and appointed an ad hoc committee. It's going to be the committee of the whole. It's called the standing committee. The rules give you opportunity to create a standing committee whenever you can. So I think both of y'all is a little misguided. Don't be offended. This is just what I think. Do I know everything? I do know this. Under 1-801 of the charter, to change or amend the rule, you must have a public hearing. The only rule we got for punishing a council member is to remove them from that meeting. If you want to change or amend the rule to censor or sanction a council member, you better have a public hearing under 1-801 and amend the rules to censor. Y'all been getting wrong information on changing and amending and adding to rules, even as it relates to a council president and or member. But remember, Mr. Murphy, you said it well. Are you sure, Attorney Kim? He told you, yeah. And you say, well, if the city attorney said, it must be true. We're going to talk about that in a legal form. Let me tell you something. I'm 64 years old. And if a city attorney tell me something, that don't mean it's true. My mama used to say they mouth ain't no Bible book. Anybody can be wrong. You can deliberate outside of the meeting, but it's recorded. He told you you could. And then y'all come walking in as a group and had a meeting after the presiding officer had adjourned it for lack of quorum. Y'all have done some things in the infant stages of your council elected career, and it has made you believe I'm right. And it has given you a thought pattern. We moving the city forward. Now, I could be dead wrong, but let's see if I'm wrong. Set the public hearing. Have the public hearing. This public hearing is set for Monday. Then have the meeting that you forcing, Mr. Pfeiffer. Change or amend them rules. You don't have to have another public hearing on the new changing and amended rules. So Ms. Herkenroder is wrong. That ain't how it go. It ain't never went that way. You change, amend the rules, get an agreement of the group, then you set the public hearing and adopt them. You don't have a public hearing, and I know I'm repeating myself, Ms. Winfrey Carter. You don't have a public hearing and then meet, change and amend them, have another public hearing. Through you to the city clerk, is it something you want to say, well, I'm trying to keep these council people's attention and it must be important?
Yeah, you just reminded me that this resolution has a specific date in it for the hearing, and it had to be
I
amended.
can't hear you really.
You just reminded me that this resolution has a specific date for the hearing, and naturally that
It
can't.
had 5:30 January 9th, right?
Right. That
That's
can't
Monday,
happen.
ain't it?
Right. So that would have to be amended
And
regardless.
say
of
what?
That would have to be amended regardless of what happens.
It don't have to do what?
Regardless of whatever you do with this resolution, that date has to be amended. That's why I always suggest to put a blank, no
So
date.
you say this ain't the right date
There's no way you
that
can
they've
have
been to
anger on
vote
that
to
day.
approve.
So-
And so they gonna have to they gonna send this date to council. Or they gonna amend, what date it need to be amended to, you think?
I put a blank. Just
Beg
leave
your
it-
pardon?
I would suggest leaving it open.
Say that again?
I would suggest leaving the date blank.
Man, look, you know why you want, I would suggest leaving it blank, because there's gonna be some amendments, I bet you.
Just because
Some of them ain't even legal.
that way, based on when you approve it and the notification is done, we can fill in the blank.
You
don't have
got
to
some
amend.
folks, I heard your thought pattern. You got some folks so ready and had a year to have a meeting, call a meeting. I knew what I was doing, appointing the ad hoc committee. There are two of them, never called the meeting of the whole. Just went to making rules. Ain't met yet. Mr. Pfeiffer, I wouldn't care how you do it. You think that force a meeting, maybe it do in their mind. But the point is this, it's got to be a meeting. It's got to be a meeting.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in the second round? Mr. Murphy, I see you're
Yes.
late on.
I would like to make a motion to take out the date in the resolution Yes, I would like to make a motion to take out the January 9th date and leave it blank.
Okay, there's a motion to remove the date and time, or just the date?
Yeah, the date and time.
Date and time. Is there support?
Support.
Moved and probably supported. Any discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Mays.
if I may, I'm gonna talk to my other senior colleague, Miss Jerry Winfrey Carter. Excuse me if you feel I'm picking on you. Now, here you got a resolution that 5 folks gonna pass, it seems, with no date, no time. That means the date and time could be, what's this, January? The date and time maybe at a later date to be put in February, March, or April. Through you, Mr. Chairman, to Ms. Donahue. Ms. Donahue, don't you have to publish stuff for a public hearing so many days in advance?
Yeah, for this, it's 14 days, but then we have to also consider when the journal actually runs.
14 days in advance, so why wouldn't you pick a date 14 days in advance from whenever? Why we gotta vote to leave it blank?
Because the council tends to postpone things.
Cause of what?
Because you guys postpone things a lot, and that way we don't have to keep amending or bringing back resolutions. Once you vote it, then I can fill in the date. We don't have to amend resolutions or bring back resolutions.
Once we do the work, we know we ready to go.
So what,
That's the way I look at it. I don't give the administration a blank check. Once we do the work and get the amendments and the changes, and you got 5 or more agreeing on it, then you'll know when to set the public hearing. So it could be set January, February, March, April, right? It could be set March, right? It could be set in June, right?
it could be.
So who put the 9th on there?
Whoever drafted the resolution.
Who drafted it? Is it Ms. Herkenroder, the president, or the chair, you, Mr. Pfeiffer? Who did this agenda? My position is this. Come on, y'all. Don't kill the messenger. You might not like the sound of my voice. You might not like my hat, the way I look, but don't kill the messenger. Okay. I'm still going to abstain or vote no, because look what you're doing. Ms. Donahue, hopefully they'll have a meeting before they fill in the blank. Don't you gonna have to do another blank one and have another public hearing, in my opinion. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak in the first round of the amended motion?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy.
Thank you. Is there a possibility, Davina, that if Councilman Mays have any changes that he would like to do in the rules prior to us having a public hearing, could he submit them to you that he would like to see changed in the rules?
Point of
Prior to the-
information.
What's your point?
Through you to the speaker. What if y'all don't agree with him? And then one more point of information. What if that same day public hearing thing, multiple meetings ain't legal?
Mr. Murphy.
Yes.
Like, as he just stated, yeah, anybody can submit changes that they want to see, but you still have to vote on them. So I think, and nobody asked, but this is just my opinion. I think there's
further clarification, Madam Clerk, what is the actual trigger to have an additional?
Huge cost thing that we've done in the past.
Okay.
But it would just be a matter of time, because again, it's 2 weeks plus the time that the journal runs, so it's going to be a little more than 2 weeks.
Now, this has been explained a couple of times. And I just don't understand why we can't have a meeting to go over these rules and then vote on the rules and then do the public hearing, and have the public come and speak. And if the public sees some changes that they would like, then we can go in and make those minor changes. I'm going to be voting no on this because I don't think we're ready to even move this to council with a date or without a date. We need to have a rules meeting. And that's my position on it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Mays.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. It ain't just for the public, it's really the council rules. I know the history of these rules. And I know the history of the folk who made the rules. And you can believe me or not, but it's just my opinion, and I'm pretty factual. I remember when Kate Pilsner made these rules. These rules was pointed toward me. Now, it's a part of I think it's the charter. The charter says, and you can't read 2 words, you have to read the whole sentence. The charter says that council can make rules to deal with attendance of its members and punish its members. I'm paraphrasing, but it's pretty close. Council can make rules to deal with the attendance of members and punish its members. When Attorney Kim tell y'all that, he says council can punish his members. He forget to read the part that say make rules. When you read the council rules, it say council can change or amend the rules according to 1-801. The charter makes it clear council can amend and change rules according to 1-801. That's where the public hearing is coming in at. But this council, just like the last council, they've never made a rule for censor. They made a rule to remove from that meeting. They've never made a rule for attendance. The point you was getting at, Mr. Murphy, I'm a stickler. You can ask any ally I've had on the council. I'm a stickler for not talking to but one member on a subject matter at a time. My mind tells me if I talk to 3 or more, it's a violation of the Open Meetings Act. I went through every rule and made notes and can pass it out to you and every council member in an open meeting. I'm not going to email it outside of a meeting. I'm not going to share it with 3 or 4 outside of a meeting. It's a violation in my mind of the Open Meetings Act. I don't believe Attorney Kim no more than I believe 5 in the evening when it's 20 minutes to 11 that you can deliberate outside of a council meeting, and I'm gonna run the tape. I'm just trying to say something. I don't care what council do. They done broke the law over and over again. And I ain't no lawyer. When I'm acting in my capacity as a council member or president, I shouldn't have to represent myself. We should have outside legal. I know this game. But you just got a council person who now know how to take it from council chambers to court. So I'm serious about what I'm talking about and what I do. We need to make good rules. And if we're going to try to do certain things to council members, if we put a rule in there, if you get removed from 3 meetings in a month, maybe we can censor you, punish you, but we got to amend the rules. The only rule we got is removal from that meeting. And when you change or amend the rule, whether it relates to punishment, point of order, point of information, I looked at the point of information. They want to change that to request. I put in my notes, either or. These are our rules. Our rules supersede Robert's rules. Now, you got an old guy like me, Ms. Burns, gonna have to get used to a request for information. The same thing. Don't matter the rules, they point of information or request. It's a request to the speaker. Unless we made the rules where it's just a request for information. These are some serious rules. When we first started out with this new council, I said, let's just use common courtesy and common sense. I looked at Channel 12, and guess what they said? Them first meetings went smooth. We got the business done, no problem. Soon as this council, and I heard the bell, soon as this council said we ain't gonna suspend the rules, folks start tripping all over themselves. That's when Liddell Lewis was upset because she didn't know you had to maybe ask to be excused, and this majority council didn't let her back in. All we need is common sense and courtesy and rules that reflect that. These rules need work. And when you amend it, the cost is minimum, but let's not put the cart before the horse. But this council do what it want to do, and I'm just here for the ride, looking as they learn.
Thank you.
Thank
Mr.
you so
Wood.
much.
Thank you. Anyone else in the second round?
No, that's true. You didn't know.
Councilwoman Burns, you have the floor.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Burns, you have the floor.
It was a big deal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With the ARPA committees, I believe the ARPA committee should come back and we didn't have one special meeting. And I feel decisions are being made and not giving us the opportunity to speak in an open forum because we cannot speak, well, we're not supposed to speak separately. And that to me is important so that we can hear and like the either or, with some simple things, but just so we can be respectful to each other be respectful to each other. But the ad hoc committees, you're not giving us a meeting to where we can have a special meeting, because this is important. I feel if we do the work ahead of time, we don't have to do the work next year, the year after that, or the year after that. Because some of the rules, they do need to be changed. And then even some things, may spark, hey, let's do this and tweak it. So for me, an ad hoc committee that I've seen, we can come back, you call a meeting so all the colleagues are together so that we can, in the open, discuss it, write our notes. Some may put them on their computers, some like a hard copy. And so it depends on how we however we edit it. And I would like to edit it together so that we can talk about them. But we have not had that opportunity to do that. What we have had is here's the rules, and you had an opportunity to turn in what you liked or what you won't change. That's
Point of
not-
information. Are
What's
you
your point?
referring to the ARPA committee or the rules committee?
Rule committee, I'm referring to the ad hoc committee is what I'm referring to.
For the rules or for ARPA?
It'd be rules and for ARPA. They both are ad hoc committees. And so when we have these ad hoc committees, it's nice to have a meeting and to call a special meeting so that we can all talk. Don't exclude your colleagues, because then it's just not a good thing, because each side has got some good ideas and we should be courteous, allow the other ones to have it, not just this is the rule and this is my way. And I'm saying the making of it is my way or the highway is keeping us divided. It's keeping us divided by not saying, okay, you know what, this may be important. Let's have this meeting. These rules need some work. And some are not a lot of work, but we have to do it. Do it now so every year when we have to have it done by the charter, that we don't have to do the work. We can say, we did all that work in 2024, and it's done. So when we say, well, anything hasn't been done, we also haven't had a meeting, which some of us have asked for a meeting to go over it. And with denying having a meeting for this, you're denying each person who represents a ward, the people in that ward. And then to have the public may have something to say. So having it blank, I understand what Davina, our city clerk, is stating, and then our former city clerk, which basically were saying the same thing. Let's do the work in perfecting the document before we submit to be published. And that's not asking too much. It's not. And I think there's some sticking points that a lot of people have. Let's do the work. It's kind of like, selling the car, but you only got 3 tires. You're not going to go far. You got to go back and get that other tire. We need to be rolling, and to keep this rolling, I would like a meeting. We can all go over it. We can be courteous and get it done so we don't have to do this every single year. Let's really put the work in now so we don't have to do it later. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in the second round?
Mr. Chair.
Oh, Ms. Herkenroder.
I hear what my colleagues in the 1st, the 5th, and the 6th ward are saying, and I do just want to clarify a couple of things that were mentioned. So the present rules state that the ad hoc committee, which, just for clarity, the rules committee at this point in time is Councilwoman Priestley and Councilwoman Lewis. The revision of the rules has to happen every December. So it has to happen.
What's your point?
No, they are for review in December. They don't have to be changed or amended in December.
Okay.
You are mistaken.
If I misspoke that, I believe I said the word review. Perhaps I didn't. It is rather late. I apologize. I've had a very long day. regardless of the language that I said, I want to clarify that the way that the rules are written, we have to go through some kind of review or potential revisions every December. And that's supposed to happen on the Special Affairs Committee, just for clarity and just for point of, just so everybody's all on the same page. The aspect regarding the amendment and the redaction of the January 9th, I think that is very wise, because I'm not sure how many people remember, but last summer when we had a special meeting called for the rules, it ended in absolute chaos, and it ended with trying to go line by line by line. I don't agree with all of these rules. Like moving this process forward does not say that we support all of these rules by any stretch of the imagination. It's literally exactly as my colleague in the 8th Ward said. It's just to help start that process. And I do also just want to clarify too that I believe, if I'm understanding correctly, we don't have to put all of the rules and all of the changes. We just have to put it in abstract. So we don't have to worry about all of these things. If we decide we want to change, I don't know, hypothetically, if we want to change Rule 18.1 and 27.3, we don't have to put in all of those very specific changes for this to be able to help make sure that we are all on the same page with this. We have the ability to change these. I think that we need to continue, we need to actually change them instead of just talking about how we want to change them, because that's how we're going to actually get them done. So I'm going to support the amendment, and I'm going to also support the motion to send it to council when both of those votes happen. Thank you.
Information.
What's your point?
When will you support a special meeting?
Thank you, Mr. Mays. Anyone else wishing to speak in the second round? Ms.
Mr. Chair.
Priestley.
I agree with Ms. Herkenroder about, we attempted to discuss these in a meeting, and it did dissolve into chaos. And then we came back and we said, okay, so here are the proposed rules. What changes would you like to them? Send them out. Let's vote on them one by one. That went nowhere.
Point of information.
What's your point?
Are you suggesting that we submit our changes outside of a meeting?
Ms. Priestley, you have the floor.
It went nowhere. We received several rules, which we incorporated in these rules. Do we agree?
Point of information. Do you think that process is legal outside of a meeting?
Dr. Lewis and I don't agree on every one of those rules either. But it's a starting point. And she and I got in almost a heated argument, didn't we, over one thing? So, and I've heard comments about that one item that was brought, that we discussed. But the fact is that we need to move this process forward. We're going to keep putting it back. And it's pretty soon it's going to be another 12 months before we get these done.
Point of information.
So,
what's your point?
Wouldn't it be advantageous to move it forward just by calling a meeting about it with everybody, rather than emailing and doing stuff with individuals?
Ms. Priestley.
So I'm going to vote for both motions without the date, and to send it to council so that we can get this process going and moving. Let's not delay it again, because I suspect that there's a member or two who may not want the rules changed because it's advantageous for them to not have those rules changed.
Point of information.
Mr. Mays.
Ms. Priestley, all we want to hear is, when is the meeting?
So I am going to vote for both motions. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else in the second round? Anyone else in the
Yes,
second? Ms.
Mr.
Jerry
Chair.
Winter Carter. Have you spoken,
So-
Ms. Winter
so-
Carter? I
yes.
think you already spoke in the second round.
Oh, did I?
Yeah, I think,
Oh.
I believe I'm the last one, and Ms. Lewis. Ms. Lewis.
Second round of the amendment.
Yeah. So I will wrap it up, and this is for the motion to make this a .1 and delete the time and date. So, Madam Clerk, roll call on 220-530.1.
Point of information.
What's your point?
You say you was the last speaker in the second round?
I
Or
didn't-
you didn't speak?
I didn't speak.
Okay,
So-
point of information to you since you are chairing. When will y'all discuss when we meet? This is the public hearing, but three of us is concerned about when will we meet?
Well, any two people can.
Okay, then we'll call a meeting, Ms. Winfrey or Ms. Burns. We'll see if we get a quorum.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis,
Yes.
Mr. Murphy,
Yes.
Ms. Priestley,
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
No.
Ms. Burns,
No.
Ms. Reporter,
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
Yes.
Mr. Mays.
I abstain because I don't think you need to pass a blank resolution with no date, and no time till you had a meeting and then you have a date and a time. Thank you.
Thank you.
The vote is 5 yes, 2 no, 1 abstention.
5 yes, 2 no, 1 abstention. That is now a .1.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
I'll take a motion.
Oh, you still on there?
Yeah, I'll take a motion on the .1.
Yeah. I would like to move this motion, point one, resolution 220530.1 to council.
So motion to send 220530.1 to council and seconded
Support.
by Ms. Herkenroder. Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Mays.
I think 5 of my colleagues was missing the point. Maybe they is, maybe they ain't. But my position is you can't email and communicate and do outside of a council meeting more than 2. The ad hoc committee, if it's 2 of them and they doing the business and then they get communications from Mr. Murphy, Ms. Herkenroder, you on what
Point
y'all
of
think.
information.
Beg your pardon.
Point of information. Are you aware that all communication funneled through Janelle?
They what?
That all the emails funneled through Janelle. There's no
Don't make no difference. If I want to vote and deliberate just because I do it through Janelle, that ain't really the spirit of the open meetings
Point of
act.
information.
What's your point?
Did he know that those proposals that were sent to Janelle came to the entire council at the same time? It was not distributed to the members of the committee prior to that meeting.
Could you say that again?
The emails which were sent to Janelle were not distributed to the members of the committee. They were distributed to the entire council at the same time at a meeting.
That's okay. I just don't believe that's in the spirit of the Open Meetings Act. We could do that on lawsuits. We could do it on every resolution. If we funnel all of our communication and decisions through Janelle, I think that's not in the spirit of the Open Meetings Act. That's just what I think, Ms. Priestley. Now you have to ask an expert. I'm just telling you, if I want to get around the Open Meetings Act by funneling communications to other council people through Janelle, Davina, or anybody else, I don't think that's the spirit of the Open Meetings Act. We've had sessions on this at Mott College before you got here. We ain't even had those type of training and communication. So that's just me. Don't get frustrated with me. Just look at me as somebody who's been told stuff at the Michigan Municipal League, training sessions. So I'm gonna keep emphasizing that. Maybe a court, maybe somebody different than Attorney Kim will tell y'all, and then maybe you'll believe it. Don't kill the messenger. These are just my thoughts with the measly minutes that I get in the discussion. What I was getting at is the meeting. Mr. Piper, you said 2 people can call. Ms. Burns, Ms. Winfrey Carter, we want a meeting. Mr. Murphy, he mentioned something about me distributing or giving my stuff to Janelle or whatever. I'll try to give it in an open meeting, copies in the meeting. If people take the product home after the meeting, and we can see what we agree with. if we want to change it and make it in a meeting. So that's where I stand. I'll test that out and see if this council want to show up, spend the time, and do the work. I heard a council person say, when I signed up for 2 meetings a month. I didn't sign up for special meetings and other meetings. I've heard something similar to that. I say, wow, that ain't what I signed up for. I signed up to do the work and try to do it well. I was one of them guys who used to get all A's and 1 B in school. It means something to me to do the work and do it well. I'm one of them guys been here for 10 years and ain't been trying to violate the Open Meetings Act. Round robins. That's me. And I'm proud of it. I'm a guy been sitting here for close to 10 years and ain't talked about closed sessions with outside people. I feel comfortable. I'm a person sat here for almost 10 years and ain't got to watch my back because I ain't too much violated no laws. Let me say this to the person who keep calling me during this meeting private. Keep calling me private, harassing me. I'm going to turn my phone over and see if they can trace your call. Now that's a coward or a fool calling me, saying stuff to me in a council meeting. They think because it's private, we can't figure out who it is. So it is what it is. Send it to council in the interim on that blank resolution. I'm going to try to get a colleague to call a meeting so we can do these rules like they should be under the Open Meetings Act. And finally, Ms. Priestley, I think that's a problem. You can't bypass the spirit of the Open Meetings Act through Janelle. Now, I ain't talking specifically to you. I think y'all just been misguided. Don't get frustrated. You the one explained to me. We're communicating through Janelle. Oh, so Janelle holds them until we get into an open meeting? So how did they get put together before we had a meeting?
They were not.
So how did they all get on one form?
That was,
Janelle
that
put it
was at the
together.
last, that was when we were talking about them last year. We had those in our hands when we met,
Okay.
and they were put into this document.
And so all of these was dealt with in an open meeting rather than people emailing them to Janelle.
Correct.
And so in that open meeting, we came up with this document, and that's what this is.
Well, the document came up with from the ad hoc committee. Okay? The changes that people emailed to Janelle were distributed to the council at the same time at a meeting. That meeting dissolved.
Okay.
And so we had those rules in our hand
From that meeting.
Well,
Well, that's a major difference.
Exactly. That's why I've been so frustrated.
Well, and so that's why communication. See, under the old council, we used to communicate. Under this council, they so stickler for these bad rules that's been put in place. That's why I call them the goofy rules. Now, I just violated them. I didn't say, Mr. Chairman, through you to Ms. Priestley, and you didn't say, Mr. Chairman, through you to Mr. Mays. And that's how it used to be, and we get stuff done. But when people start stickling to rules, throwing people out, punish them, Ms. Herkenroder, discriminating and applying them differently, that's where the problem comes in. I appreciate the clarification if that's what happened. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone else in the first round? First round of the point one going to council. We'll wrap up this round. And second round, anyone in the second round? Anyone in the second round?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, real quick. I'm going to see how many people show up for the meeting. And I sure want to see Davina, when I ask for it to be posted, if I get somebody to agree, I want to see if folk gonna put their attendance where their mouth is. You know, they say, put your money where your mouth is. Let's see, and we'll take it from there. Thank you.
Mays? Mr. Murphy?
Just to my colleagues that want to call a special meeting for me, I know, I don't mind coming to a council meeting in the committee and trying to do what I can to support my colleagues when they having a special meeting. But to any of my council that moving forward, if y'all call a special city council meeting and y'all do not reach out to me, and I have other things going on and I don't show up, I told you in advance, and I'm just putting it on a record now while we talk about doing a special city council meeting. If I am available, I will show up. But if I have something else to do, and you do not reach out to me and you call a meeting and I don't show up, I didn't show up because for one, you didn't call me to see was I available. I think it's a courtesy that if any of our colleagues want to call a special meeting, it is good for you to call and lock to see if your colleagues is available. It makes no sense to call a meeting when somebody got to be at work, somebody doing something else, somebody got a child to attend to, somebody got a meeting to attend to, and then you get mad because we don't show up. First of all, you never called me. You called a meeting and you did not ask, was I available? And you assume or expect for me to show up when I had something else. Matter of fact, for an example, and somebody put it on Facebook, I'm cutting Dewey Park, and they went and said, Quincy, cutting Dewey Park. Damn right I was. I'm done.
Point of order, Madam Mr. Chairman.
What's your point of order?
Damn right don't bother me, but it bothers Ms. Herkenroth. When I hear folks cussing and don't nobody say nothing, and when I say something, hell, damn, all hell break loose. And so I just wanted to demonstrate the discriminatory treatment in the presence of Ms. Herkenroth and others, because that's how they do. Damn don't bother me, Mr. Murphy. But I done found out them little words bothers Ms. Herkenroth to the point of points of orders.
Thank you, Mr.
First warning. No, don't thank me, because I'm making a point of order as it relates. You can rule on it.
What rule has been broken?
Okay, ain't no rule. You can say damn, hell, ass.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. Your point is well taken.
Don't vote with her when she ruled me out of order, Mr. Chairman.
Your point is well.
Been doing it.
Your point is well
You've been
taken.
doing it.
Anyone else?
Discrimination.
Anyone else in the first or in the second round? Anyone else in the second round?
Yeah.
Second round, sir. Madam Clerk, roll call on sending 220530.1 to council.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Dr. Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns? No. Ms. Herkenroth?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
No.
Ms. Wood?
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 3 no.
5 yes, 3 no. That move to council. We're on to appointments, and I will take in a motion for 220540 to stop by special affairs.
I was going to make a different motion. Would you entertain a motion to amend 220540 to correctly address the dates for the ending of the expiration term?
You can, however, I would prefer if it stopped by
For 540?
for 540 so that we can give them time to get the
Resume?
resume so
Okay.
that they can fill those board seats.
Yeah.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Mays.
I despise discrimination. We in discussion on a motion. I remember we had a discussion about the janitors or something, and Mr. Murphy said the boys' bathroom, men's bathroom looked like shit. Now he say, damn, and you voted with him to penalize me for saying hell. I despise discrimination, different treatment among whites and blacks, just because y'all want to stay cool and keep a black man's vote. I despise discrimination.
Mr. Mays.
Let me say this as I discuss this motion to send this to special affairs. When I'm discussing the motion to anybody else, you, the rest of them, Mr. Murphy, y'all vote if I say the word hell. I despise discrimination, racial or otherwise.
Mr. Mays, please stay relevant to
I
this.
am, because I'm discussing a motion and I'm about to cuss. I despise discrimination. I've been fighting civil rights all my life since I got out of Michigan State. I was third Vice President Flint Branch at NAACP, the Political Action Chair, and sit on the executive board in these chambers. Led protests outside them was I despise discrimination in council chambers, discussing a motion or otherwise. I don't appreciate you being flippant when I make a point about the use of obscenities by him when y'all vote and treat me differently on similar words.
Mr. Mays, you're not relevant to this point.
Well, I've been relevant. If I say damn you, he said, you think I'm relevant?
Mr. Mays, you're not relevant.
Okay, well, I made my point. Y'all, if you ain't gonna punish one and then make a point about it, Miss Herkenrode, Presidente, look, she waving and laughing. I despise discrimination.
Mr. Mays, thank you.
Okay, we can discuss fast.
Mr. Mays, people, and I'm speak out of turn. Mr. Mays, different people care different ways. I have never thrown anybody out. I have never done that from this seat.
Let me ask this question.
So no.
Point of
It's
information.
not going to get into
You can't say no to a point of
What's your
information.
point? What's your point?
You ain't voted with them to remove me and punish me.
For saying a
You don't
word-
have to sit in the seat to roll with the discriminatory
for
crowd.
saying a word, I don't believe that I have. If I have, and correct, if the record shows that I have given you a warning for saying hell, damn, piss, shit, I don't care. I don't think I have done that.
Okay, well, point of order.
What's your point?
The record will show if you voted with them. And then what?
If it
You
is-
gonna change in the future and quit discriminating against this black man?
Mr. Mays, if I have voted to give you a warning for saying hell, then I will publicly apologize in front of the community on TV because First Amendment is for a reason.
You said that before. I ain't got the apology for the other
So-
thing yet we talked about on the phone. You recall that? So I don't have no stock in what you say, but my point was to Ms. Herkenrode. She done punished and y'all done condoned it.
Thank you. Anyone in the first round for sending 220-540 to special affairs? Anyone else in the first round? Anyone else? Anyone in the second round? Anyone in the second round? Madam Clerk, roll call to send 220-540 to special affairs.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Herkenrode?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes. Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy is absent.
So
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
7 yes, 0 no. That will move to special affairs. On to appointment 220541.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Mays.
that's Nadine Roberts.
Yes, sir.
I move that appointment to council, if so moved.
It's been moved. Is it supported?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported by Dr. Lewis. Any discussion? Any discussion in the first round? Any discussion in the second round? Any discussion in the second round? Madam Clerk, roll call.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Yes.
Ms. Barnes,
Yes.
Ms. Roder is not in. Mr. Pfeiffer,
Yes.
I'm sorry. Mr. Mays,
Yes.
Ms. Lewis,
Yes.
Mr. Murphy is absent. Ms. Priestley,
Yes.
vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
6 yes, 0 no. That moves to Council 220542. I'll take a motion to, actually, I'll keep that in committee without objection, since there's no address on that. So if there's no address on that, we'll.
I'm gonna object to see what they're saying. I'm looking at the expression on their
Okay.
faces, so
That's fine.
let's
That's fine.
hear what they're
I'll
saying.
take a motion on that then.
I make a motion to keep this in committee to the next committee.
It's been moved and supported by Dr. Lewis.
Point of order,
Any
what was the
discussion?
motion
To keep it in, to keep it in committee.
in committee?
Yes, so open for discussion.
Yeah, I wanna hear why.
Ms. Wilcox was trying to wait to stay because she was going to present an amended
I
resolution.
can't hear you.
Ms. Wilcox was going to stay because she wanted to present an amended resolution for the next committees to add the address.
You say Ms. Wilcox wanna do something with it.
Right, we do have the address.
Okay.
So I told her that she could just amend this one, make a, from the
Well,
floor
y'all
instead of
seem
waiting
to
2
have
weeks.
now
But
it
we
was
do have,
okay.
we do have the address for Ms. Stevenson and an resume does have for her that adds her address.
You don't have a copy?
No, she has the copy, but I do have her address right now. I can tell you what it is. And you can make the amendment if you like, but if you would move that, if that's the only reason why you're holding it up, she does have an amended resolution with an amended resume with the address that she can bring Monday.
So this motion is to, a yes vote keeps it in committee. Let me say this, Mr. Piper, as we move on. It's a good day. With all of what you said and all of what you don't believe, we checked the record. It's a good day. But I'm telling you, your vote and swung Kirkenroder, Priestley, and the rest of them, and might continue. So we'll see how that go. But I know what I know, and I'll look at the record. Thank you.
Any more discussion? Any more discussion? Madam Clerk, roll call. Keep it in.
Burns,
Yes.
Ms. Roder is absent. Mr. Pfeiffer,
Yes.
Mr. Mays,
Yes.
Ms. Lewis,
Yes.
Ms. Priestley,
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Yes.
Vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
6 yes, 0 no. That will stay in the Government Ops Committee.
Mr. Chair?
Discussion items, yes.
Yeah, I would like to just go over the discussion item so we can get it off of the agenda.
Okay, you have the floor.
Thank
We're
you.
on, we're on discussion item 220385, discussion item about security/police officers' cars. Dr. Lewis, you have the floor.
Thank you. Through you to Mr. Edwards.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Edwards, question. So are we actively pursuing securing the area for the police cars?
I'm not sure of what the issue has been at this point, so maybe if you could share, has there been a discussion with the chief, or has it been something that, an incident that has happened, or if you could share what aspect that you may be referring to?
Sure. Several officers' personal vehicles have been broken into, as well as police cruisers, and as well as when the officers get off late at night, many officers have found people hiding between the cars and just roaming around the area where their cars are supposed to be parked, causing a safety hazard.
Is that, if I may, are you talking about right here on this property?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, not a problem. So I was just checking on the status of this.
Well, the
And you
chief.
said you didn't know?
No, it hasn't. There has been no discussion between myself and the chief. So I just have to believe whatever remedy, he may be engaged in a remedy for that situation, but no, it hasn't been a discussion, or it hasn't risen to my level or brought to my attention at this point.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Edwards.
No.
Mr. Chair, if you don't mind, can we leave this on here?
Yep.
So we can follow up at a later date?
I'll leave it on without,
Let me ask a question, if I may.
yes, sir.
So you heard of complaints through you to Ms. Lewis of we needed security around the police car?
Yes.
Okay, any more discussion on this? Then we will leave that on.
Mr. Chair,
Ms. Priestley,
motion to adjourn.
motion to adjourn.
Support.
And supported. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
Yes.
Mr. Mays,
Yes.
Ms. Lewis,
Yes.
Ms. Priestley,
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Yes.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
Go to 6 yes, 0 no.
6 yes, 0 no, 11:19. This meeting is adjourned.
Do the, who's the legislative? You got to chair legislative unless you use a quorum, legislative and grant.
I know, that's what I said, that's what I'm telling her, because Allie's gone. All right, no quorum. No quorum.
Point of order. That would
It's
put
only
you,
one item on the legislative agenda.
where we going to? Legislative?
Yeah, and there's only one item, so. and
That
Allie's
would
not
put
here.
you there if we got a quorum.
We won't have a quorum. Dennis and
Okay, well, if we ain't got no quorum, we'll see, call it the order, ain't got a quorum. We go home. You don't know if we got a quorum till you call it the order. Make a record.
Right.
I don't know what the original.
Black on black. Let's go about that.